cherry tomatoes and some lemon tomatoes. Yeah, and some water. Rattlesnake watermelon, and I have some from season. So we'll see how that goes.
Chicken farm.
Oh, I miss my chickens. Yeah.
The more we got out there, my father threw in some blue hobbit squash, 200 pounds of
Probably originally. So I had the big compost pile in that was behind.
Yeah.
All the raised beds. Nice.
What we get that in.
We're gonna get our house back, hopefully, fingers crossed. But Rick's neighbor, doing.
Pull up.
And also. Jump right. Looks good.
You did?
Yeah, a couple hours ago, I cranked it down to 7.
I set it to 65. I set it because I'm
I'm gonna turn it real slow in the morning.
I mean, I don't like it, but it's like-
A lot of radiant.
Yeah, I think he's a loving house.
Well, we'll find it there. This is it. This is the file.
No, this is from that. Yeah.
Yeah, this one I
That
said.
one's gonna be conservation.
We don't have a swamp down the street.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't.
Ice.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, whatever change you made, thank you.
We have a local population.
Yeah.
And so.
Hey, man, break.
They said, well, where you gonna get your water from? There's no water. I said, you gotta drill one?
So I go start.
No, it has to be 100 feet away from the septic system and all that stuff. They don't. The lawyer that got up in front of me.
Planning board administrator ready. Okay, welcome everyone to the Conservation Commission's meeting for May 14th at the Municipal Center. We will have some members from the commission online, and I will identify them. Ariane and Neil are the other two members that are online. Everyone else will be present, so we'll do roll call votes for any votes that we've taken up for open meeting law. We have a number of items on the agenda tonight, and this is the only meeting for the month of May for the Conservation Commission. The scheduled meeting for the 20th. Get the right date here. 28th, thank you. Is also happens to be the annual town meeting, and as per town bylaws, we are required as appointed members of a commission group to attend those meetings. So the Conservation Commission will be attending that meeting, and there will not be a May 28th Conservation Commission meeting here. So if you show up here on the 28th, you'll be all by yourself. Okay, we will start with the as per what's listed on the agenda, just to stay on alerts for those that have arrived here to hear the first one shown on the list. New hearing for a notice of intent for Blackstone Street. This description is an alteration bordering vegetated wetland BVW and its associated 100-foot buffer zone for improvements to the undeveloped section of Blackstone Street, including infrastructure, utilities, and site grading. Applicant is Louis Petrozzi. I guess he's ready to go.
Good evening. Sorry, I missed you guys the last few meetings.
I'm sure you kept busy.
Oh, yeah. It's unfortunate that all the conservation commission meet on the same nights. Second
Conspiracy.
fourth Wednesdays. Anyways, for the record, I'm Lou Petrozzi, from Wall Street Development Corp. As the commission may understand, know that we have, an agreement to purchase the property off of Blackstone Street that is approximately 200 acres or so. First portion of the roadway, off from Maddie's Way down to the Blackstone Town Line is a undeveloped, unconstructed portion of a gravel road that was formerly Blackstone Street, which at one time was a public way in the town of Bellingham. Back in 2000 or 2001, the town abandoned the roadway as a public way, so now it is a private way. It's essentially a glorified gravel roadway. Last year, we obtained approval for an A&R plan that subdivides the frontage along Blackstone Street for 12 building lots. The proposal now in front of the commission and the planning board, which will be following up, is to construct the roadway to satisfy the requirements for access to the lots, to provide adequate access, as the law would say, for the lots going forward. There are two areas of jurisdiction for the commission. First area is the crossing of BBW in this area here. And then the second area is off into the site where we're proposing a stormwater basin interior to the property. So as part of our permitting procedures, the planning board will review the stormwater management permit application, as well as a development plan application that will be filed shortly with the planning board. But we wanted to get the commission reviewing this part of the proposed construction. There is some filling of approximately 2,000 some odd square feet of BBW. We have proposed 4,000 some odd square feet, a 2-to-1 ratio of replication. I have highlighted on the plan, you have your 25 little wetland BBW is identified in green, the 25 in orange, 50 in pink, and the blue represents the 100-foot buffer zone. Essentially, the roadway will be 22 feet wide, paved way with Cape Cod berm on either side, and a small grass strip as you go through. We are proposing, you folks have been out there, we've done a sidewalk. There is a ponding area that's off to the north. During seasonal high rainfall like we're having right now, the pond overtops the roadway and it spills over into the BBW, which is an intermittent stream on the southerly side of Blackstone Street. We're proposing to put a box culvert there to maintain the flow when and if it does occur. I think the culvert is 2 feet by 10 feet, 2 feet high, 10 feet wide. Significantly oversized for what's there, but we figured we'd be more on the cautionary side to provide the adequate stream overflow capacity for the culvert. So that is pretty much it. Not much I can add at this point. As you probably know, we've talked, the town owns this area to the north. I forget how many acres it is. I think it's about 16 acres maybe of open space that was created when the subdivision of Maddie's Way was created around the same time, 2001, I think. And that Maddie's Way is a cul-de-sac, maybe 15 or 16 houses on it. And as part of that open space, I think it was an open space subdivision, they created this open space that's dedicated. And I think the Conservation Commission has management and control of that property. Happy to answer any questions. I don't know, Scott Goddard is supposed to be your seat.
Yeah, I'm on the call, Lou.
All right, there you go. I need some hand holding. So Scott's here to address any questions you have regarding the BBW, the crossing, the culvert, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'll just turn it over to you folks and ask whatever questions.
Open up to commission members, Neil and Ariana online, feel free to chime in if you have questions, just let me know. Anybody in the room? Present, James, Steve or Don? Not at the moment.
I have a brief question. Just in terms of orientating this, there's a vernal pool in that area that's been certified. Do you know where that is on the map?
I don't know.
It's not, okay,
It's not-
so I'm just missing it.
Which pool are you referring to that's certified?
Oh, I don't know I just recall looking at some information earlier that said it was certified.
I'm not aware of anything, but
So I have some clarification for that. It was very recently certified by Natural Heritage on the Conservation Commission property
okay,
north. It's that area north of the
That's right here?
crossing. Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that was recently certified. So it likely was not showing, it definitely didn't show up when
okay.
you were mapping it originally. Yeah,
Yeah.
but so now it's on there.
Yeah, I remember reading a comment from somebody at either DEP or National Heritage, whatever, that
Yeah.
certification for vernal pools is running way behind it. So
Yeah.
they said something like, you won't see it show up on maps and things for quite some time, but it's just a backlog of data. Doesn't mean it's not qualifies as a certified pool. Once it's certified, it's protected at that point in time or regulated at that point in time as a certified, whether it's on the officially shown on plans or not.
And so that's the pool on the right-hand side.
As you walk.
On
in.
the-
Yeah, as you're walking
Yeah,
down,
yes.
and then on the left-hand side, that's a stream, right? Is that the internet stream? That's the internet stream,
Internet
okay.
stream
Yep.
down in this area.
Which one was that called?
That was called Quick Stream.
That and Oak Brook are the other two.
Oak Brook was on the other project.
That's probably. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it did, thank you. I just,
So you're right, it is there, it's just not showing plans because it's not.
yeah, and I just remember just
officially
recently reading about
But it
it,
is
so.
certified, which would potentially change it from just BBW with a protection and regulation of that type to vernal pool status and protections and regulations that apply to that. So we'll have to review that. Do we have, Hannah, any sense? This could be a question you don't want to hear. We are in the process of talking to BSC and others, potentially peer reviews companies, to see about availability and for projects like this, if they're just coming before us for peer review. Do we have any sense whether this has come up? I know you haven't actively talked about it because we haven't had a first hearing even about it, but.
Yeah, we've been outreaching to a couple different places, just about updating our list of people to use for peer review. And there's a couple other places that are also interested, so that's something that, can definitely, if peer review is something you guys want for this, that's something that, we can have.
Well, see what the other commission members think. I have some concerns, not concerns, but considerations that certain areas around here sensitive. Do you have something that's a little higher view, Lou, as far as you said, this is the part of a proposal for 12 lots, house lots, that shows the length of the road that covered those 12 house lots?
I didn't, but I submitted, do you have it in the file? I think I submitted as part of.
So we might be able
Like it's part of the A&R.
And our plan shows the whole length of everything.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put it on the screens just to get.
Essentially, this from Maddie's Way to the town line, it's roughly about 1,900 feet, linear feet. And the property that we have under agreement is all of the road on the south, all of the property on the south. And there's a 28-acre piece down the end on the northerly side, that's abutting the town's, parcel.
Is it the 200 acres that's just basically to the south side of that paper road?
No, it includes.
Or does that include the 28 acres? too?
Yeah, includes
So
the 28. It's about, I'd say it's about 214 or 15 acres total combined.
Michael, page C4 in the plan set,
okay, well,
I think answers your question.
All of the blocks of this filing.
There should be a separate A and R plan in there too, I think. Rob may have it. Rob, do you have the A and R plan?
I don't, not on me.
I definitely have it. It just is not pulled up at
Okay.
this moment. So I will find it right now.
Page 4 of 11, Hannah.
Of which,
Of
Of
the
the
roadway
NOI.
construction plan.
Of the NOI, the bigger document.
of
And
the-
then 31 through 33 is the zoomed in three sections.
And we did receive in the portal some information from town council that Hannah solicited about project segmentation. And while it clearly identified for the lot 1 and 2 at the end of Matty Way there, Blackstone Street, that those two were not considered project segmentation because of the nature of the being isolated individual lots and sustainable as part of a project on their own, basically, if I'm summarizing that from the attorney correctly. There were some, I don't see concerns or issues, I don't use the wrong word here, but some other items that were mentioned that regarding a larger project, potentially like 200 some odd 14 acres, which would need to be reviewed in its totality. And that would be something that we would want to make sure is kept in mind as we move forward with the review of this project.
I noticed that those lots are depicted on the site plan.
There we go.
Yeah, there's the A&R plan right now, that she has on the screen. So Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't consider this a project segmentation at this point. I mean, we are entitled to A&R endorsement. And we have A&R, we're entitled to develop those lots. Those 12 lots that already have frontage on the existing way, so.
It's more the impact, if I read this right, from the attorneys and we talked to them, I haven't had a chance to do that, but my consideration was more that the impacts that may need to be taken into account for these 12 lots, environmental impacts, as far as replication areas, et cetera, need to be considered as part of the overall project as well. In other words, you do a certain amount of replication or ask for a waiver for a certain amount of fill or something like that, that doesn't then start with 0 again when you come to us again with another section of the 200 acres, those calculations are counted as part of whether you come to us 6 months later or a year later or whatever. If it's the same property, that slash annual project, that it is needs to be considered in its totality, environment and conservation regulation laws. So yeah, you may be entitled to do the A&R, as you said, for these 12 lots because you have the approval for that, but I also want to make sure the
Well,
commission.
no, because A&R means approval not required.
Right.
Right,
That's just a planning process. Just because the
Yeah,
lot,
but if this got approval, then approval was required. So if it's for 12 lots and those 2 lots are included.
well, I don't want to get into the legalities of it.
Is this 12 additional lots in addition to lot 1 and 2 or?
No, 12 including.
No, 1 and 2 are depicted right there at the top.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing it said, okay.
Yes, there are 12 lots included in lot 1 and 2 that have been previously. The reason why those 2 lots came in first was because they already have existing pavement in front of them, so they have adequate access so that they are eligible for a building permit today. Once, Concom with the order of conditions. The rest of the property of the lots that front on the gravel road, that's not considered adequate access under the regulations. So where our responsibility is to construct the adequate access so that those lots would then become eligible for building permits, subject to the same criteria that we're going through now. So if they're within jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, 100-foot buffer zone and other things, other resource areas, then those lots would have to come back to the Conservation Commission for review. It just means that they're eligible for building permits, provided all other regulatory aspects are complied with.
Like project segregation.
This is not a project segregation. We can discuss it at a later date when we come in with a more comprehensive development plan for the property, but again, we're talking about things that are legal, and I don't prefer to get into legal.
That's why I said we just received some initial comments from the attorneys, and having read those, I just want to make sure the commission was thinking about that, having seen them in the portal, if they had seen it, and moving forward, we'll want to proceed at a deliberate pace, getting the proper legal advice that where needed and as needed, but that's fine.
Chairman,
Just a question,
couple
Steve.
questions.
Good, Steve.
Lou, when we walked it, the north side was clearly holding back a fair amount of water.
Oh, yeah, this time of the year it holds back, yeah.
But yet you're showing the first graduation right above the culvert north is 292.16. Is that correct?
That's whatever it says on the plan.
And the culvert is also 291.5.
So what we're trying to do,
Are you planning on draining that?
excuse me, draining it?
Yeah.
No, we're trying to provide, and this is up for the discussion and comment. We're trying to provide an avenue for the water to continue along the path that it goes today. So,
I understand, but it needs to be at least held at the same level. I would
yeah,
imagine.
agreed. In fact, Scott can chime in if he wants to. We were out there today and we were discussing this very question that you just raised about what happens if we open it up, like, and the water just drains through, right? Be not good for vernal pool aspects of things. So there has to either be the smaller culvert.
Yeah.
Okay, or some other device that acts as a weir that allows the water to, when it reaches a certain elevation, will trickle out the way it trickles out now.
Does Scott want to add something to this?
Scott, you
Well,
wanna
sure,
add?
I'll chime in. This is Scott Goddard, Goddard Consulting, Wetlands Consultant. So yeah, Lou and I did evaluate this. And interestingly, and if the commission hasn't been to the site, it might be useful for some of you guys to put eyes on it. It's a pretty interesting little area to take a peek at. There's a spot where the appearance of an old failed I'll call it a farmer's culvert, stone culvert of sorts at a low elevation here, where it looks like the road has collapsed on top of it and has created that ponding. So
We saw that maybe a month and a half ago.
yeah, exactly. So if this road, Blackstone Street, wasn't there, the impoundment wouldn't exist and the vernal pool wouldn't have created itself. Now the impoundment is almost like plugged up, as it were, with the failed culvert. And then since the culvert has failed, water fills and fills and fills until it then reaches the spillover point, which is the low point in the top of the road. So, I guess there's two options on how to figure out the right configuration for a culvert. Clearly, some kind of culvert is needed. Otherwise, we have a forever impoundment situation with water over pavement. That's not going to work. So either the restored pipe at its pre-Blackstone Street configuration, is reconstituted at that elevation, which would result in the draining of that impounded area, or a culvert that effectively has the effectiveness of a higher elevation via a weir or some other nature to sort of artificially keep the water at that impounded level. So there's I guess, an ecological and strategic decision to make with the input from the commission on the right way to go about the culvert approach.
Do you know what the current top of the water elevation is in that area?
We could extract it off the plan because the top elevation is dictated by the spillover point of the roadway. So we have those spot shots on the plan. I don't know if Lou, if you can extract that off the plan.
It looks like 295.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the window.
You got the invert of the box culvert at 292, which is probably only a foot below the roadway, because when we were talking about this, we had this discussion about the ponding area there, and we didn't want to open it up. So we were trying to keep a narrow, tight culvert there that could just sit almost on the roadway, maybe a foot below the existing grade of the gravel road that's there now. And then that would allow water to come through for, during heavy rain season, or, during a lot of during a heavy storm, there is a lot of water that comes off of Blackstone Street now from Maddie's Way. And it flows down the street and it also goes into this area here. So the water travels down this area from Maddie's Way down the road. And it's supposed to go into the pond area, but it doesn't. There's a head wall that's here. And this was supposed to go, if you can see this easement here, this was supposed to be cleared and the water was supposed to go into the pond.
No,
But
a
it
vernal pool by
doesn't
its
go there.
nature dries at some point during the year.
Oh, it's definitely
Correct.
dry, definitely dry in the summertime. I've got photographs.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
You know the depth of that pool?
It's
was
two or
probably
three
18
feet, 2 or 3 feet, maybe.
20 inches when
Because
we
you're
were.
talking about putting something in that's a foot deep and the pool is 18 inches deep, then you end up with a 6-inch.
Again,
But so that's why I'm saying, if you can verify the depth of the
Right.
pond itself,
Yeah.
then it's fullest.
As Scott is saying, there's a balance here from the ecological standpoint and the water flow standpoint that needs to be balanced to mimic the same conditions that are there and have been there probably for the last 40, 50 years, right? But what Scott was referring to when he talked about the stone culvert that's been undermined is not in this location. It's somewhat up in this area here. The water flows under this area here and it trickles out in this location here and then it goes down.
Yeah, I remember
the
seeing
bank.
that there.
So you folk, I didn't see, it when we were out there, we didn't see it. And I witnessed.
Yeah, you could see like some rocks.
It was trickling, but it wasn't volume.
Well, so we defer to,
Well, of the two options that Scott mentioned, I think the first one is gonna be universally rejected, which is drain the.
yeah, no.
created. So
Well,
you can rule that out.
in our view now that this culvert is way oversized for what we want there. It's way oversized.
Well, I think Scott made. If I were to revisit his comments, and Scott, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but your position was more or less the only reason the vernal pool exists is because the culvert failed. Is that correct?
That is correct. And when I look at the historical aerial photographs, if I was to guesstimate a
Oh.
time period for that, I would put it right around 1980. If you look prior,
Nonetheless, it happened and it now exists.
that is correct. Yep. So it's probably been in that condition for, pushing 50 years. And then prior to that, then I suspect looking at the aerial photographs, the culvert was a bit more functional and it was operating more just like an intermittent stream running through there.
Not definitive, you mentioned a weir or some similar type structure that would help let the water rise to a certain level and then flow, the water could flow over it or around it or whatever, go through whatever size culvert is beyond that, under the road and pass through.
Yes.
At what point in time would you have something definitive enough that if we do have peer review, for example, we could have somebody look at that and verify that that makes sense from our point of view?
Yeah, if we got feedback from the commission tonight that was the preferred direction, then, that gives plenty of guidance to make some plan modifications to accommodate that.
Well, I'm not sure the commission's can provide direction because that's not our role at this point in time in the review process, but certainly the question being asked is we would require probably at some point in time before we had a peer reviewer on board for whatever scope if we decide to have peer review on board, to be able to review from an engineering point of view and or functionality point of view, a definitive structure. Your description of it sounded a little bit like it was yet undeveloped in your mind or plans. So that I'm just questioning whether that's something that could be provided relatively quickly after we decide if we're gonna have peer review or so forth, or whether this is gonna be a lengthy process because we want to have things reviewed as part of an overall package. And this would be something I think that it's a highly sensitive area and we want to make sure it's done right.
Well, I think we know what the commission's preference is to maintain the pond as it currently functions today. And to come up with a somewhat of a structure here that it's an outlet structure of sorts that mimics existing conditions as best that we can. Keeping the water flowing at the same, I mean, we could raise this roadway a little bit and maintain the pond even at a higher elevation,
That
potentially,
is kind of
you know what I'm
what my
saying?
thoughts were.
So part of this area here that we're concerned about. So, and when you put the culvert in, there's, the higher you raise the culvert, the more stone wall, you have to build a wall along the edge of the roadway to build up the road. So if this were an area where we had, the commission's permission to, encroach on the commission's property, it would be easier for us to make that kind of a decision vis-a-vis how much is it, do we have to encroach in order to build this wall, raise up the culvert so that the water will come out at the same elevation that it's coming up now, and the size of the culvert would be smaller. So we can do that. We can come up with a design to do that if that's the direction that that the commission is leaning us towards. I don't want you to get into the designing process, but it sounds to me like you want to try and maintain this water elevation and as it functions today. But we can maybe enhance it a little bit by keeping the water at a higher elevation and keeping it there longer if you want to. It all depends on, putting our heads together and figure out the best way to do it.
How wide is the right of way?
The right of way is roughly 27 feet or 30 feet wide. Variable.
And you said it's 20, the road's gonna be 22 finally.
The pavement is proposed to be 22 feet with 1 foot Cape Cod berm on the inside. So figure
The grass
24
strip you referred to.
Excuse me?
You referred to a grass strip as you just.
Yeah, so there is, so that's 24 feet. So we think we have about 3 feet to grass, have a shoulder along the roadway.
On both sides, 3 foot.
Not quite sure. I'd have to look at the profile of the plan to see what they designed, but
Even if it's a 1.5 plus a foot wide Cape Cod berm, on the right side, the north side, the pond side, you don't have that much space. The road, the gravel where it is now is right up to the edge.
oh yeah,
You don't have
absolutely.
2.5, 3 feet.
So
You're gonna be impacting the pond.
So we try to minimize the filling on the north side, right in this area here. So if we, move the road further south, then, we would fill a little bit more, but it wouldn't be the vernal pool side, it would be the other side. So that again is a discretionary item for the commission to consider if that's what we want. We have plenty of area to replicate. We got 200 acres, so it's not a big deal. It's just a question of conforming to the regulations and to the discretion of the commission on how to do it.
Which is something the commission may want to consider if they are enlisting peer reviews. Something that's a wetland scientist point of view as to what's beneficial on given the existing vernal pool / pond to the north there. Keeping it the same elevation, being able to have it raised, does that impact the area around there? I'm not enough of a wetland scientist to know if it's better or worse to have it get any higher than it is. Might be worse, there might be trade-offs, but that's something for the commission to consider. Any other questions for this particular, before I open it up, see if anybody in the audience has.
Just a curiosity, you're not going straight through.
Well, we've heard comments back and forth from various. We're not sure we want to go straight through yet. It depends on what happens with the larger project. If it becomes a reality in terms of what we do with the rest of the property. So and a lot of it is, it could be public safety issues and other things that would require us to go through.
That's kind of going back to a previous meeting of yours.
Yeah,
The fire chief didn't want cul-de-sacs.
I know, but since then, he's been re-educated on.
Re-educated.
Yeah, I had this, I'm not gonna get into it, but the cul-de-sacs are now,
All the way to Blackstone?
Yeah.
Okay, any other commission questions? Neil or Ariane, any questions? Okay, hearing silence. Which is something you can do, hang on.
Just in terms of if you're, thinking about peer review, and if I'm, looking to find peer reviewers, would you be discussing today, like, what you would look for in a peer review? Just because in terms of, I haven't yet been out to the site to verify the wetland edges. We kind of spoke over email, the flags have been refreshed.
Oh, yeah.
As of last week, we
Yeah.
talked about that. I haven't had a chance to schedule something to get out there. I think it would be helpful. I mean, I've been out there for previous site stuff and site visits. I think it would be helpful because of the altered landscape, especially around the crossing, to have some peer review of that crossing area, wetland delineation wise. Just because my personal expertise doesn't potentially go that far. So I think that could be helpful just on my end in terms of delineation wise for peer review.
I concur.
Yeah, I would want site review of peer review of the crossing, the wetland lines, the impacts, the height of the culvert, the potential for replication location, basically the whole ball of wax drainage.
There,
The drainage and the detention basin, and its location and its impacts, because it's located very close to the edge of the wetland. So I think there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, but I would just say that, from a stormwater management and the drainage planning board is going to be, we're gonna be filing a permit with the planning board for the stormwater management aspect of it.
is that gonna include what you pointed out earlier about Matting Ray and how it's not draining properly?
Yeah, well, we've included it in our drainage. We're capturing it because we're nice people. We're capturing the water and putting it in our drainage system because
Well, if you
it's the
didn't,
easiest way to do it.
my question would be if you didn't, and water continues to come down Matting Way onto the new and improved,
Right,
if it's approved,
Right down the driveways,
Street,
the garage doors of all the houses.
well, no, it's not gonna zoom back up the hill once it gets past the dip there, but it's gonna flow into a vernal pool area. And it's water coming off a roadway as opposed to down through the woods where it's filtered somewhat and less likely to have oils and other contaminants in it, which would be not great. So I assume this planning board may speak to that, but we would also be
The
concerned.
good part about what's happening now is the water comes down and it takes a left turn, it doesn't go in the pool. No, that's upgrading it, so it's not, even though it's untreated, whatever runoff, it's not going into the pool.
Can't speak as to how it will flow, but you could after it's paved and so forth, because
But
obviously
we're gonna be working with DPW and the planning board to take this area that's running off into this, down this roadway, and we're gonna try and handle it within our stormwater system, and I think that's in the report right now, but my only point was that, as the other commission member mentioned, there is a lot to unpack in terms of stormwater. That's the biggest thing with stormwater. We prefer, I guess, to have one board review it and sort of circulate their recommendation to planning board and conservation, as opposed to having two separate peer review.
oh yeah, you said one board, I think one peer reviewer.
Yeah, one peer, yeah.
Okay, you said board, now I was thinking the planning board versus content.
Well,
Yeah, no, the planning board and conservation commission would certainly share the results of a single peer review. We would not think it's a good use of resources, yours or anybody else's, and time to have two different peer reviewers reviewing the same thing, which in this case would be stormwater engineering. Just for everybody's reference, stormwater is under the planning board because it is generally engineering. It's the water flowing off into storm drain and so forth. It's not something the Conservation Commission directly necessarily gets involved with, but it can affect us. In this case, for example, having water coming down a paved road already down into an area that is a resource area or potentially right next to a resource area and not being treated in any way to get oils or sands and other debris off of it and out of it. via a storm water management system is something that would be great to have engineered and designed and approved by the planning board, and then we would be not appraised of that information and able to keep that in mind, that that's not a consideration we have to worry about for our sake, for Conservation Commission regulations and so forth. So just.
Well,
where-
Mr. Chair, but it's not necessarily the engineering of how the water flows into it, but the impacts that the stormwater basin has on adjacent wetlands is definitely within our purview.
Sure.
And so the location and construction of said basin in close proximity to wetland is absolutely something that we should be aware of and have a say in.
So
And
if we-
stormwater is too, like, that
Stormwater.
is our purview. It's
Well, it
just
is our-
also the planning board's
Absolutely,
purview.
absolutely. We do not sign off on stormwater and give it away to planning board.
Not,
By
not,
anyone.
you know, on per se, but we don't generally get into the design of, for example, which storm scepter might be used.
We do.
Well,
We
we
do
haven't, we haven't speculated.
We do all the time.
We still have
We do it all the
specific storm
time.
scepter?
We always have.
I thought it was usually done by.
We
planning board.
literally did it for the one up the street, the
Well, I know
Massaw
that's-
project.
yeah, yeah. That's true. Okay. All right, any other questions?
Yes,
Dude,
in the file set is an elm shade preliminary vernal pool locus.
yes,
Can you bring that up, please?
So that's just something from an old filing.
2013, I believe.
Was that from
Yeah.
the?
Yeah, so that wasn't part of this filing, but yeah. Was this the one that you're talking about?
Yeah, yes, where is this project on this?
Vernal Pool 3, VP 3, up at the top.
So that's the Blackstone Matty Way elbow.
Okay,
So the additional VPs. That were identified as vernal pools,
Some of them.
some of them were identified as vernal pools, is all to the south or not necessarily south, east maybe.
Mhm.
But towards the rest of the 200 some odd acres, mostly 200 some odd acres of the site that eventually will be coming before us.
This is the
Because-
only section.
here's a thought. There's discussion, documented discussion going back to 13. That this is potential vernal pools. Did you miss it or ignore it? What are you referring to?
This wasn't documentation that he had. This is stuff that I found when I was preparing the
The
application.
ecotech is something you found,
Or ecotech?
the memo
Yes,
that's above it,
yeah,
and this map is something you found?
yep, from our old documentation.
Nick.
This isn't anything provided by the
Marinello
applicant.
Development, I think, was the company
This
that
is a separate development.
Yeah, I think
My
this is a
apologies.
previous development that never
Yeah.
was approved or never
proceeded all the way.
gone all the way.
Well,
Obviously,
there's clearly discussion out there for a long time of its VP potential.
Yeah, particularly one VP3 you're talking about?
Huh?
You're talking about the one, you know.
This whole,
Right, but it
group-
covers, right, it covers
this whole group.
Right,
EP 1 through.
which,
9. or-
right, which means down the road, when the project becomes.
yeah, you'll get your shot at it.
We're gonna
There's
we're gonna be looking at potentially a number of either actual vernal pools or ones that used to.
There's a
exist
lot of,
13
there's a lot of
years ago.
wetlands out there, and there's a lot of, let's call it, aspects to the property that are being evaluated at the present time.
All right, I'm going to see if any commission members have anything else that,
I think I
Yeah.
just want to ask, in the peer review, would it be possible to look a little bit at the impacts that this would have on the species of concern? Because it does look like this is going through them.
Let me just speak to that, Mr. Chairman, for a second. So as you probably know, this property is, has a habitat restriction on it for the eastern box turtle. We have, I don't know if it's in your file or not, but we have a decision or an opinion from Natural Heritage that this particular part of the project is not gonna adversely impact that project, the eastern box turtle. There is also, I would call it a letter of intent between Wall Street and Natural Heritage to work out an arrangement to set aside a certain amount of acreage to compensate or mitigate for the eastern box turtle potential. I mean, there hasn't been any sightings, eastern box turtle. We've surveyed probably almost 200 hours at this point. There haven't been any sightings, so that's evolving. When I talk about other issues that are affecting the property going forward, that's one of them that's in the process of being evaluated. So, but we do have, I don't think it needs to be peer reviewed. We're Natural Heritage is reviewing it, and they're the jurisdictional department in the Commonwealth to do that.
Yeah, I don't know, I do see that documentation in here. I'm just curious to see how that would interplay with the open space and things that they want to have this video here.
Yeah, I think I provided that in the packet tonight. I provided the copy of the letter from Natural Heritage and the plan.
Yeah.
There is a, when you talk about vernal pools and wetlands and all that stuff, there is a swath of close to 100 acres that we've kind of agreed to pursue as a swap for mitigation and development. So that's the reason why when you talk about segmentation, we're not, this is, the lots on the street are one project, the rest of the property is another project. It's not a segmented project. So we'll get to that down the line, probably maybe in the fall. But there are a lot of things when you get a parcel of land this size. It's not a simple exercise to try and design. And there are a lot of potential uses that are being considered at this point.
Okay, answer your question, Ken? All right, for now at least.
I mean, kind of, it just, you know, if we're discussing the vernal pool and what would be best to address as per like the roadway. I think it would make sense for someone who knows a lot more about this than us to just say like, oh, maybe this is the best way to build this so as to best protect that species.
Right, I'm not sure, well,
Protect them from what?
no, I
From
think
negative impact.
Yeah.
you're saying the
Isn't that
vernal
the-
pool, how best to develop or protect the vernal
Isn't-
pool so that it protects the turtles?
Not
It's really
specifically that, isn't this entire thing, if I'm reading this right, within that area and right here, the open space they're talking about.
No,
See that right there? It's kind of hard to read.
Anyway,
Anyway, and then here comes the boxes.
yeah, the potential road area.
Yeah.
And so what do
The
you
pri-
to National Heritage, what?
That's the, rare species habitat.
Map rare species had to everything with the sliced lines, yeah, I mean, there's definitely is areas within that on the south side of the road or the non-conservation side of the road that are going to be considered by National Heritage as part of the habitat for box turtle, eastern box turtle. And some of the areas to the north as well, but as far as your question is concerned, you're thinking that the peer review / someone who's an expert could provide input for was specifically the vernal pool and how that might help?
No,
Just the overall
Just
area.
the impact of what they're looking at, if they happen to know if it has like a specific negative impact. I mean, if they're gonna be there looking at it, why not that? You know?
So Heritage has given Lou a list of conditions to follow
Mhm.
to qualify for a CMP, a Conservation Management.
Yeah,
As far as the road's concerned, the only condition in there that I saw that was applicable was the curbing, which I believe you proposed curbing that's compliant with the no take.
right.
I'll also add that the
Um,
letter constitutes pre-filing guidance, does not impose obligations on any party. It does not authorize any work or activities not otherwise exempt pursuant to 321 CMR 1014. In addition, any non-exempt work or activities proposed on the property must be consistent with the anti-segmentation provisions of MISA, the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act.
But we have that from Natural Heritage right now.
And they have, but
listen, I'm being pretty adversarial tonight, so I'm not really gonna engage in a conversation.
We also need to move the hearing along. We're gonna hear problems now for the first one, and I know this one is new, so I'm giving it some allowance because there's a lot of things that are new to us, the commission members, but we can continue to pursue points that we have as concerns. It does sound like we're gonna need to engage peer review. Before we talk about that, however, I want to give just a few minutes, if there's anyone in the room here who's been waiting patiently, who is here for this particular hearing for Blackstone Street. I want to give people in the public a chance to ask some questions. You need to identify yourself just for the record, please, if you care to speak. Anybody here care to speak about Blackstone Street? You have a question for either the commission or the developer? Again, if it seems to be off topic or not something that we can regulate on, we'll speak up and let you know that, but
Questions go to you though.
yes, come through me. Yeah, and to me, and I would ask the developer. Anybody have questions? So, sir, you first that. And I'll-
Joey Stewart, I live on Irene Court. You guys spoke about peer review and their approval for the stormwater. How heavily do you guys weight that in your decision to approve this project? If the peer review goes through and says, hey, the stormwater is good, does that affect your guys'
You said
decision?
stormwater is good or isn't good? I couldn't hear you.
Is good, isn't good,
Right,
you know,
yeah.
depending on what it comes back, how heavily do you guys weight that in your decision?
Well, it's about our decision, but I think I defer to our planning board member, who would be the first one, planning board administrator, who would be the first one to get that report, in this case, stormwater report. Rob, you wanna, how does the planning board react to those kind of reports?
So I know stormwater is just one of the many aspects that are gonna be looked at for approval criteria. When it comes to the stormwater regs, we have some in Bellingham that are local regulations, then there's a lot of state mandated ones. So the peer reviewer is gonna go through those checklist items, so the applicant's gonna have to get a clean bill of health from the peer reviewer for there to be an approval even suggested. But with that, there's other aspects too. So if you, I think your question is simply, if the peer review comes back good, does that mean that, the board issues an approval, which, I am the planner. I can't really speak for the planning board, but the answer is no. There's a lot more to it than just the stormwater design. I mean, there's a lot of public safety concerns when you're constructing roads. There's gonna be engineering aspects too. I know, Lou, you're talking about a culvert, that's gonna have to be H20 loading to make sure it can accommodate traffic, which just sounds like it's gonna be shallow. So, Scott, and is that Rob? Is Rob doing the design for this?
Rather not.
Tell your engineer, please look into that if you're going to be proposing something like that. But there are many aspects to it. So, in the peer review, as the chairman stated, there's wetland related review, because those are different regulations. There is definitely some carryover with stormwater, especially because for Massachusetts, there's a lot of treatment requirements for stormwater, and those are heavily regulated, especially when you're discharging into wetlands, which is where this kind of planning board and conservation commission review kind of mesh. And then the other item, like I said, is engineering as well, to make sure that, if a road's being built, it can accommodate vehicles and such. So there's a lot to it. So I think hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Robert DeVoe, I had on Lynn Court, Bellingham. I had sent some concerns to Hannah, which I imagine she had circulated to everyone else, and I'll keep it brief just for time's sake. But just a couple of questions. Given that in 310 CMR 10.57 2A6, it does talk about the 100, that the 100-foot area around the vernal pool is considered its boundary. Would that then make the wetlands across the street then become part of that wetland? It's not so much a vernal pool, but part of the boundary, thereby making the stormwater essentially enter a vernal pool habitat.
I don't know. I'll say from my point of view, I don't know. Does the commission have any thoughts on that initially or response? Neil, any thoughts?
Well, I would, my thought was, because I had the same question, in my mind, was that part of what a peer review I would be looking to see addressed in the peer review, because I don't know specifically, but that'd be something that would capture for us.
Review sounds like a great answer.
If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's gonna be one way or the other. Yes.
And I think typically like the habitat value extends to, 100 feet. If it's an embedded vernal pool in the BVW, that extends. I think where this is a slightly interesting case is like, where does the wetland end in respect to like over the roadway? So that's definitely something that I think would need to be reviewed by peer review.
That begs another question that I had, where the boundary of a vernal pool is defined by where its edges are based on some rainfall, 2.6 inches, something like that. And as Lou and Scott had pointed out, that culvert drainage, it does create a pool on the western side, essentially going towards Blackstone, away from Matty Way, which is present for more than 2 months out of the year, and then flowing into those wetlands, which again are wet for more than 2 months of the year, have obligative species, which such as wood frogs, you can hear them. So just keeping that in mind. And then one last question about the Bellingham bylaws, 100-foot do not disturb zone. It is, I should pull up the chapter. I know it's 247, I believe 25, but you can bring it up later if you like.
We have help here too.
But how would paving of the road and having vehicles going down it or machinery going down it impact the 100-foot do not disturb zone?
You're saying 100-foot do not disturb around a vernal pool or? Yeah, I don't think that it says 100-foot in the bylaws. I'm not positive that. I'd like to see if I can be corrected because I'd be happy to.
Vernal pools and their associated 100-foot buffer zone.
I believe it says do not disturb zone, actually.
Whether it's one or the other, we'll have to check that out, basically. I mean, that's a good question. Certainly, if the vernal pool is right up to the edge of the road, it's gonna be, and whether it's 50, 25, or 100-foot, do not disturb / buffer zone, it's gonna impact the roadway. And you're right, traffic going by within a couple feet of a vernal pool, what does that mean? Certified vernal pool, what does that mean? What's allowable, what's not, what kind of waivers or variances are allowed or not, whether it's bylaws or state regulations. State regulations are not as strict by any means as the town bylaws.
Are we, based on the letter that I think Hannah got stating that it is a vernal pool, just the number hasn't been assigned? We're proceeding with that as a certified vernal pool, correct?
We'll get confirmation to make sure if it's not clear enough in whatever Hannah's received, yeah, I don't.
It's certified when we say it is, by the way.
And according to the town bylaws, yeah, okay. All right, Mrs. Robert.
The potential vernal pool 3, that is the same vernal pool that
I think we're,
You're
right, yeah, I think so. Give the location on the map and what we saw, yeah, I think that's the case.
that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob.
I have that no disturbance zone bylaw.
It says we may require.
It says the commission may require that no activity shall be permitted within a designated number of feet from the delineated edge of a vernal pool, or in the case of a wetland resource area that encompasses the pool within a designated number of feet from the delineated edge of said wetland resource area. In many cases, this no disturbance zone may extend for 50 feet, and then it goes into these prohibited activities within that.
Rob, is that chapter 247 subsection 25?
Yeah, I can tell you that, it is.
Page 38 at the bottom.
Section 247-25, subsection E1. Which goes into that no disturbance.
Okay, anybody else out there? Go ahead, yes, sir.
How you doing? Johnny Stewart. Irene Court.
excuse my ignorance, we have wells where we live, and we currently have septic. Is the town gonna pay for water to be brought out to them, or how's that gonna work? Every house, every lot's gonna have a septic and a well, is that what you're
So
looking at?
we're proposing to extend the water from, the end of Matty's Way, our roadway into our development. And then to the extent that we end up heading towards Irene Court, it may be available to you folks as well someday.
How if we don't want it?
What'd you say?
Nothing.
She said, "How about if we don't want it?"
Oh, that's up to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Are they septic systems?
Yeah.
We're gonna have town water with septic. Unless
Septic and answer your other question.
Unless it's a bigger type development where we put us, our own sewer treatment plant in. Well, that's a possibility too.
Damn.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone else?
Sir, go ahead.
Peter Cates, 2 Matty Way, ground zero for you, Lou.
Yeah, well, what's happening?
Couple of things. One is the vernal pools you're talking about in the wetlands are literally my backyard. So if you would like any background on, I've lived there since 2012. Any background on what's happened with the vernal pools, how they function, how wet they are, how often, I'll be happy to share it. My question is, Blackstone Street, where you're proposing to extend the road, I don't see a sidewalk.
Correct.
Why is that?
There's not enough width to the right of way,
Okay,
and Conservation Commission owns property on the northerly side for quite a length. And so, most of it's wet, we just talked about, so there isn't really enough room to put a sidewalk.
so we have a sidewalk on Blackstone Street, we have a sidewalk on Matty Way. So is my understanding is that Blackstone Street was built and then the town insisted there be a sidewalk, so the sidewalk on Blackstone was added on top of the roadway, which is why the road of Blackstone Street there is so narrow. In the future, would the town require you to install a sidewalk in that area?
So sidewalks are a thing that would have to come back to this commission, because it would be further into the resource areas. And there'd be additional filling and other things. It's not required for us to do it, and we're not sure what our, the future would be relative to another type of development there, but these are things that have to get worked out, and there's a balance between the town's interest and the developer's interest to see whether or not, they can get put together in a nice way that everybody is comfortable with it. So,
Let me see if the planning board has any comments.
Yeah, so there's a couple things here. So I think for Blackstone Street, I'm not too familiar with the history of it. I know that it is narrow, and I would assume that that occurred when the town took ownership of it from the developer. Maybe it was when Matty Way was constructed. I'm not positive on that. The issue here, Lou, is obviously the town has no obligation to accept this as a public way. Whether or not it is or it isn't is up to the town. That is a town vote at town meeting. And typically what will happen is a developer, if they do want to go through that route, they would get the recommendation or potentially no recommendation from DPW or planning board, goes to town meeting, and then the vote occurs. This one's tricky because I know, Lou, you've mentioned 22-foot width, which that's narrow. And grades seem steep. So, I think there's more work that needs to be done. This isn't in front of the planning board yet. There hasn't been any application yet, and I would like to look at it more. This is just preliminary comments, just looking at these preliminary plans. But, typically when we accept a street as well, yeah, we do want sidewalks. Usually not two, we like to keep one side so it's less impervious area, but this is yet another thing that we want to look at as well. I assume that the sidewalks get used, enough on Matty Way and Blackstone Street, so it would be helpful, I think, for further connection for pedestrian access. but, that's kind of how this process works.
Well, like I said, there's a balance. The town there's no requirement for us to dedicate it as a public way, and there's no requirement for us to provide a sidewalk. But as Rob is saying, if we want it as a public way because it facilitates the rest of our development of the property and other improvements, then there might be some give and take in terms of providing a sidewalk.
Before we go too far down the sidewalk road, because that's not something that's really.
That's something that
we're
comes
doing.
back to the commission.
My suggestion is gonna be that you stay very heavily, as you probably will, involved with checking the agendas coming up for the planning board in particular. So as Rob said, they haven't seen it yet. When they start coming up, sidewalks, public safety, those are the kind of things that planning board members will want to hear about. Go, get involved, ask the questions, ask about that kind of thing, see if they would be willing to speak on it. And I know that some of them, some people in public have already asked about if the road goes all the way through, some of the people are taking shortcuts, and that road stops becoming a low traffic road and becomes a high traffic road, obviously safety of children and people along that now new stretch of road, especially with hills or curves or whatever it's gonna be involved, lines of sight, with the narrow road already, you know, the safety is an issue. So planning board is probably the more appropriate venue to start, but stay focused on that as you get a chance to with the agendas and so forth. I'm gonna let Steve ask a clarification question he's asked me.
Sir,
Yes,
you live there, are you right at the bend?
I'm number 2 Matty Way.
Right at the corner.
Right at the corner?
That Vernal Pond you're
Golden
talking about
Doodle?
is literally my backyard.
Do you have a golden doodle dog?
Please.
Friendly, came to visit
Yeah.
us.
Okay.
How,
That wasn't the question I thought you.
it wasn't, I just threw it there to break it a bit. How many years, how often is it dry?
How often is it dry?
Yeah,
Up until about the last 3 or 4 years, it was always wet. Something's changed in the last few years now when it doesn't rain for periods of time. It does drain, it stays wet and muddy for quite a while. And then it fills up again.
now, wet and muddy is just wet soil, or was it ponded water?
Muddy like you wouldn't want to walk through it without, like knee-high boots.
Because when we were there were ducks.
Well, the last 2, 3, 4 years, that's been happening more and more. When we first moved in, it was never dry. And that it really didn't start draining and drying out till between, I'd say 3, at the most 4 years ago.
Okay.
And
thank
it
you.
dries out mostly, we don't have rain, because what happens is the storm water comes down Matty Way, goes into the storm drain in front of my house, and then goes out to the detention pond behind the house. And then that drains into that wetland, as well as a stream in the woods and the runoff from the rest of the woods behind that feeds it.
Thank you.
And that drying out you mentioned, that's relatively recent. I also mentioned that we've had droughts in the last couple of years, which
Yes.
we're still recovering from technically. Even though everybody knows every week, pretty much the last year, it seems to have rained, but it's not raining slowly, but anyway, yes, so that might have affected it too.
Ariane has her hand up.
Okay, what's that?
Ariane has her hand up.
Ariane, sorry, I didn't see a little hand there, and go ahead.
No, it's fine. I also just wanted to point out that the property that the pond is on, obviously owned by us, but it's also Article 97 open space. So that's a little more complicated if any work is going to be done on there. That's not necessarily just our decision.
Good point. Yeah, that makes it even more complicated. Lots and lots of things to unpack, as Neil said, on this particular site, and it's roadway. Okay, and if we don't have any other questions from the commission, and we seem to have exhausted most of the general public questions from the room, I'd like to get a recommendation for the commission, how they would like to proceed with this. I assume we're going to continue and look for peer review from what I've heard so far. Any commission members have a motion you'd like to move?
We probably should meet on it until we get peer review results.
Well, since we don't know, we
I
also.
mean, we certainly got to meet to put it to peer review. Lou has to accept it, but
Well, so right now we have a month to get a scope. Have Lou approve it.
Get a scope, get a quote and have Lou approve the quote. Yes, correct. He doesn't approve the scope necessarily, although he will see the scope. We're not hiding that. It doesn't slightly hiding, but he approves the payment.
And that should be a Tuesday meeting. They're going to review and comment on this.
Well, it may take that long to find, frankly, we don't have peer review lined up that's able to commit to that. I don't think BSC necessarily has the availability bandwidth wise right now to, from what we're hearing initially, at least to take this on. So we may be looking for a different peer review, which Hannah is on top of and hope to get some. Okay, but do you have a general sense of the scope of it enough to start talking peer review companies? You know?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's a pretty all-encompassing thing.
Right.
Including a little bit of delineation work, some, I guess it's, the stormwater thing is a little bit, you know, it kind of depends, especially since they don't have
Right.
a application yet.
Right.
But
So I make a motion to continue to our next meeting pending proposal of peer review.
Which would be.
No, because then what happens if we don't get it?
Well, then it gets continued until we do. No, that's not peer review.
That's like a continuation in lieu of having a meeting, you
Yeah,
know?
that's not gonna work. So, let me, can I make one, suggestion, Mr. Chairman, just to get the ball rolling here? So, in terms of the design of this culvert, we're calling it a culvert. You know, in our opinion, it's not a stream, so it doesn't come under the stream stats requirement. So what we would like to do before, and I'm willing to hold off on the peer review portion, what we would like to do is, as you discussed earlier, is come up with a design that is somewhat along the lines of what we talked about in terms of the commission's desire to keep the water level the same and keep existing conditions pretty much the way they are today. When water reaches a certain level, it allows to go through the road, so.
You're saying you want to read.
So rather than, because we have time now, you're not gonna meet now for another 30 days, basically. So why don't we take that time, design something that for consideration, then go peer review. I mean, certainly you can solicit proposals in that time frame too.
yeah, and I think the one thing that I was gonna add that you kind of leading to is will the redesign of that implement all of the vernal pool specifications that need to be met? Is that something we
Well,
would do prior to peer review?
Yeah, of course, we're gonna comply with the regulations, obviously, there are state regulations that affect the pool. And there are other things, the town regulations that have an impact there, but I think the object here is to come up with a design that maintains the status quo and maybe enhances this condition there today. So we'll do that design, we'll play both ends against the middle, basically. Hannah can solicit proposals, we can provide a design. When we do meet again, we can make a decision in June about the peer review, at that point. But at that point, we'll have more of a completed idea of what we would like to do there and submit it to the commission. And therefore, we'll all be on, parallel tracks rather than waiting for something. Let us come back on June 11th with a couple of alternatives for that area, for that the roadway between the pond and the.
And on the remote chance we don't have the peer review proposal, will you still want to meet?
Well, I still want to come back and see you guys. I miss you.
It's unlikely that you won't already be here for something else.
Exactly. It looks like, so that's how I would approach it. I would say, let's continue to June 11th.
Okay.
And ask.
All right, let us make a motion.
Motion to continue to June 11th.
Second with Pam, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Neil, Ariane? You clear? You hear?
I'm good.
everything okay? Okay,
I got one thing that.
James, go ahead.
conversation just sparked. As designed now with the box culvert. Does that meet stream crossing standards as designed there?
I think I'd have to check. I'm not quite sure.
But
I think
presumably,
it-
this redesign now that we're talking about a potential wouldn't.
Correct. We're not considering that area that crosses the road a stream.
But you
Stream
designed
starts-
it.
It's not,
to
we
meet
did.
the
it's
standard.
not a perennial stream, it's an intermittent stream.
Right. But we, as Scott will testify, the stream starts on the downward side,
Yeah.
the southerly
Right,
side of the
right.
roadway.
Right.
The
The pond
pond
is right up to the edge of the road.
correct.
Yeah.
So the road, the roadway itself is not a stream.
Right.
So the compliance with stream stats is really kind of a moot point, even though the engineers designed it with the intent of doing that, because at that time.
Well,
we
the
didn't
stream
know.
stat culvert wouldn't provide any retention.
Right, that's
Correct.
what's,
Capacity.
No, it's.
That's what he's
meant-
saying, so-
Meant to be essentially no restriction,
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
you
So
don't
that
want
would be
that,
opposite to what we want.
correct.
correct. That's, I was confirming how it's designed now
Okay.
versus what
Understood.
we're looking to get in the future.
right, thanks. Robert, you have a question?
Yes, just, if there would be no peer review, then my question then again regarding that 100-foot, vertical
We
boundary.
haven't said there's not gonna be any peer review. I think in fact what we said is the opposite. We're gonna be doing research in the next month to find a peer review company based on the scope that Hannah is pretty clear on. She would try to solicit a company, so we would come back in a month or whatever date, the 11th.
My apologies, I misinterpreted.
With a, yeah, just make it clear for the rest of the room too, that we would be, the proposed motion, which is about to be voted on, would be to come back on the 11th of June, 7 PM for a continuation of this hearing, at which point in time we expect to have hopefully a peer review company, a quote perhaps to provide to the applicant to review for the cost, the scope delineated. The applicant would have by that time provided a revised set of design for the getting the water across the road. I won't follow over necessarily because it may not be, and whatever the design is, and then we would move on from that point in time. That summarizes pretty much, and you good for this? Okay, so unless there's any other questions from the commission members, we are in the process of voting. James. I'm sorry, sir, yes.
One thing, Dan, real quick, earlier you said, I thought I heard someone say that, they hadn't seen any box turtles in the area.
Okay, let us finish the vote if we can first, because not to major the vote, and I want to make sure the vote isn't considered as not valid because it's not finished. Wait, we don't want to conduct other business in the middle. James.
Aye.
Neil. Neil,
Aye.
Ariane,
Aye.
Pam?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Like aye. Unanimous vote. Okay, thank you. So let's continue to the 11th of June at 7 PM or where we're sticking on the agenda, and now I will sit, go ahead, sir, sorry, I'm gonna do, but you go ahead and make a point if you like, or ask a question.
That pond behind the house there, the vernal pond, used to have a lot of box turtles in it. Since it's dried out, not so many, but there are still some in the area. As early, or as recently as I think, last late summer or early fall, we had them crossing the road as well. So there still are some in the area, even if you haven't seen.
Blackstone Paper Road or Matty Way?
Actually crossed right across my neighbor's front yard, across Matty Way, and then I don't know where he went after that, but he did turn around and go back because there were two sets of tracks.
Wow, oh, okay, so 200 hours and he spotted him last year. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Okay, so we're gonna move along on the agenda, and if anybody was here only for that particular hearing regarding Blackstone Street, you're welcome to not hang around if you don't want to. Thank you very much for coming, appreciate it. Those of you that wish to stay, feel free to. This next item on the agenda is continued hearing for a notice of intent for. I just want to make sure.
Are you saying prospect?
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go to Prospect Street. Anybody here who's not here for the hearing, we're still trying to conduct the meeting, so if you have a conversation, please take it out in the lobby. Thank you very much. We don't want to have the speakers picking up your conversation on the microphones. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna jump out of order a little bit from the printed agenda, just to a couple of items down, but we are gonna go back to the two A&R lot 1 and 2. But we're gonna go to off Lake Street, Prospect Hill Village. Continue hearing notice of intent for construction of a 129 unit townhouse development, which will impact boarding vegetated wetland, bank, land under water bodies and waterways, bordering land subject to flooding and riverfront areas. Mr. Josie Wall Street Development, the applicant, and the representative is Paul McManus, who is online. Hi, Paul.
And we also have Rob Truex on
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm also Rob Truex. Thank you, Rob. Okay,
Go ahead. Oh, okay, so I need to update the commission members and for the public record, before we get any information from the applicant here. Rob, want to hear this? Rob, are you gonna need to hear the beginning part of this at all, or? I'm just gonna mention the peer review thing. You know about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
so-
come right back.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure you didn't miss something in the beginning.
I promise, I'm not running away.
Okay, Anna did say. Okay, so, as the commission may have heard and seen in some documentation and information recently from Hannah, PSC peer review company, who has been doing peer review for this project for some time, had a budget and a certain scope of work, which was provided initially, has met that goal, limit, some time ago, probably exceeded it somewhat. And as a result, they have stopped any additional peer review and will not be providing any more information until they can have an opportunity to, as Hannah has started to request from them, provide a scope and a additional peer review proposal for the applicant to review and decide what he wants to do about that for what we believe are still some outstanding issues that we have that we would like to have addressed that were not completed in the initial initial peer review. So we are not having any new information provided from the peer reviewers or answers some of the outstanding questions which we were discussing prior to that time, prior to this meeting, in some of the meetings, but we will hopefully get a proposal from BSC and ability to review that and see if we can move forward or not. Let me just ask an initial question, Lou. You haven't heard what I just said, and you're not surprised by this because I know we've kept you informed. If you get a proposal from BSC as the applicant who is required to pay peer review funding, are you willing to consider the proposal and scope and potentially fund it?
Well, let me just say this, as I've mentioned from the beginning, I think BSC did a disservice to our initial funding for the peer review. The first report that was produced by the BSC was complete nonsense. Wasn't a review of the application. It was a regurgitation of rules and regulations and wetlands regulations that we already know what the regulations are. We want a peer reviewer to review the plans and review the submittal, not tell us what the rules are. We know what the rules are. Now, as far as I can tell, based on what Hannah has provided me, they wasted $5,000 or $6,000 on their first report. The first report was prepared by someone who'd never been on the site, never attended a site walk, never even communicated with the person who did the site walk, and then wrote this report, spent all of these hours supposedly writing this report and wasted our money. Now, I know the commission requires and needs expertise to help it, but I'm not gonna pay for abuse. I would suggest BSC do it for gratis. Forget about me paying extra money. Not gonna happen, not gonna happen. And quite honestly, based on the information that was submitted in these comments, I don't even think that they're necessary to review what's left in this project.
Well, that's your call on that. Your comment on that is heard, but it is the commission's decision as to whether ultimately, to whether they feel there's still outstanding questions that they want to have answered. Whether BSC has tried to answer them or has not tried to answer them, it's on point at this point in time.
I'm not
Okay.
interested in wasting any more of my money.
So if I am correctly capturing your response, if BSC provides a proposal, you're not interested in funding it at all. If some other peer review company provides a proposal for a scope that is defined, not just some random amount of work for a certain number of hours, are you willing to consider that?
Listen, if BSC comes back and says, we need 5 hours to review what we just did, and the cost is $500, that's one thing. But if they come back and they say, well, we gotta go and dig into all of this stuff and it's gonna cost another $5,000, we're not doing it. I just assume close the hearing and just like, see you later.
Okay.
Okay?
So
you're willing to see what they say and we'll take it from there, is what I'm hearing.
And whatever review, whatever proposal they do, I want a condition of time. These people have abused the process, they've taken our money, they've not provided timely reports to the commission, and they've delayed this process
When you
months
say-
and months.
all right, so when you say time, let's be clear, do you mean a time to complete the project?
Is it complete the review?
Okay, wait, excuse me, let me finish. Not time meaning a certain number of hours in the proposal.
No,
Okay.
I want,
that's what I'm
I
clear.
want a commitment. We submitted plans on April 28th, 2 weeks before the hearing. We were told, Paul and Rob were told, give us the plans 2 weeks before the hearing so we can review them and have a report for you at the next meeting. We did that. We have no report. We weren't told that they were out of money. Don't abuse us.
All right, I just wanted to get that cleared before we proceed with anything else regarding the prospects.
Sure.
Good, Steve.
Maybe the board have an opinion on his position, not on the relevance of his position, on the factuality of his claim,
Of his plan?
of his claim.
Oh, claim. Well, that's up to each commission member. You can interpret it as you choose. I'm not going to say that the commission does not have a formal opinion yet formulated and or response.
It's certainly not a group one.
Certainly not a group one. No, I'm asking this question for the first time in open meeting. We haven't had initial discussions about whether Lou would be willing to fund additional peer review off to the side because that would be appropriate. We're having a public meeting right now. I'm bringing it up because if there was a flat out refusal from the applicant to pay any additional funding from anybody for any kind of peer review. And the commission members felt that that was not acceptable because the commission feels, whether Mr. Petrosi feels that way or not, that there's still stuff to be reviewed that we need to get the expertise on from someone, then we're sort of a blocking point. Having not heard that clearly, I understand that Lou's concerns are his concerns about the timing and what's been wasted in his opinion for funding that he's provided for results which he has received and we have received as not being acceptable or satisfactory, and have his wish to not have that continue. I have not yet determined whether or not we will be even getting a peer review proposal from BSC. We haven't heard a response yet. Anna's started to reach out to them. She hasn't heard back. It's been a relatively short period of time, so it's not like we're dragging their heels necessarily in response. We'll get a fairly quick turnaround answer, whether they can provide, and if they will, when will we get it? I mean, I'm looking for a couple of days for them at the most to get back to us.
Mr. Chairman, may I also say, you know, Hannah has prepared this, I would call it like a punch list of things. Why don't we determine whether or not and what items really are necessary for additional peer review?
Well, if you had said what you just said, which is that you're willing to consider something from someone, then I was prepared to, as Hannah and I had already discussed prior to the meeting, have her, as she's prepared this, excuse me, we'll go over a couple of items for the commission members. This is for the commission basically to hear what outstanding items Hannah has. You've seen this information provided to you all in staff memo dated 5/13/2025, outstanding comments from BSC peer review. Vis-a-vis the Prospect Hill Village. So these are the comments and points that, as Hannah has identified by reviewing some of this stuff, that BSC either has not responded completely to, or that we haven't heard anything from because we haven't gone to it. And go ahead, Hannah.
Yeah, just to clarify, that was just a list of comments that I was going through: the first peer review letter, the working group letter, the second peer review letter that we got, and things that I was looking for that either the applicant said they would provide, or BSC was asking for more clarity in terms of like new plans or new details, which was the big thing that they had asked for at the last meeting. So I was just kind of going through those and trying to determine where that information may have been provided and where some of that was still outstanding or needed additional review to determine if the comment was addressed. I emailed it to you, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
It's not in the portal.
Consultate what time it was sent to us, because I'll be able to find it if you're looking at anything else.
Sorry, it was taking me a little bit to get everything kind of formalized.
Yeah, but I moved all that into it, so what's the name of it?
Let me pull that up right now.
So outstanding comments from BSC peer review.
Yeah, but in her email, she might have titled it something else.
Outstanding issues.
Yeah, well, there's outstanding comments on the actual document.
There was an initial memo I sent out on Friday, just that kind of,
It's not that.
it was
one.
not
It's-
formalized at all. It was just kind of, you know,
Yeah.
some
You
summary
want to-
stuff. It was not formalized, so.
This, this is not the one that you sent out.
No, I did. That was the one I sent out as formalized comments.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yep.
So,
Because I hadn't heard anything back from BSC, so I wanted to. put that on there.
because they're slow.
That's,
Everyone found it that's looking for it.
Exactly.
Ariana and Neil, do you know which document we're talking about? Because it'd be helpful if you have that.
Yep.
To look at while we go through some of these. So my thought was that, keeping in mind time here, we don't need to review every one of these comments and or items. But if some of the highlighted ones that I'll let Hannah focus on or identify can be brought to the attention of the commission, see if you all agree that that's something you all think still needs to be reviewed.
Mr. Chairman, I read through it. There are some things that the planning board is reviewing relative to the crossing at Peters Brook from the Kleinfeld is reviewing that, and we've provided information to him. So there's some duplication in these comments. So,
I just re-forwarded it.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
so some of these things, again, I'm not quite sure what peer review services are required or necessary. Some of these things are conditions that could be put in an order, and some are things that may need, like when you say clarification, clarifying question for the applicant, who wrote that? I mean,
That was me.
okay,
Yep.
so
The red was me.
the red is you.
Yep.
So when you have these clarifying questions for the applicant, do we need peer review for that, or is that just something?
That's up to the commission to decide. If they don't think we need it, we don't need it. If the commission members feel we do, even if you feel like, oh, I can just answer this for you. But the commission members say, given the topic, I would rather have peer review. That's something we can make a note of. It's to give, by looking through this quickly, and again, not necessarily every comment, but to get a sense from the commission. This was to dedicate a little bit of time for this particular project for the commission members to identify. Since peer review right now is a stop for this project, as a reminder, that if we decide that we're at a stopping point and we can't get beyond peer review, do we still need it?
Well, I have Paul McManus here and I have Rob Truax here to address these questions that have been raised relative to the rivers requirement for a habitat requirement, whether the sloping, whether or not you want the buffer zone to the replication area, which you haven't really given us any that you're willing to do it or not, but there are things here that can be either conditioned or we can agree on them right now. So, again, I know you need BSC to hang.
I wasn't willing to spend that much time for this number of items to have
I know.
Rob and Paul at this meeting, one meeting, try to go through all these points, because I figured just looking at the quantity of the questions and allowing a certain number of minutes per, that we'd be here until 8:30 or 9:30, just from the start of the meeting, just with that particular thing. However, I did want to see at least if the commission, and again, I was anticipating either response from you, either flat out no, or maybe, or a big yes, for peer review, additional peer review, whether or not the commission members agree that peer review in their view is necessary for any of these, whether Paul has an answer for a particular item or Rob does, is helpful for those particular items, but that's not what I'm trying to get at right now. I'm trying to get whether the commission members feel, based on these number of comments that Hannah has made, do we feel we want peer review going forward in general for, you don't have to say for this one, but not that one necessarily, but do you feel we still need peer review? And if so, that's something that's going to be very important to know a month from now when we get back together, because I don't know where we're going to be exactly. with peer
Okay,
review.
for hydrology, which Hannah highlighted in yellow on page 6, it says, does the explanation by the applicant satisfy BSC's concerns regarding hydrology changes? How do we know the answer to that when we're not BSC?
I don't know. 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 I don't know
Oh, we don't. We have page 6, right under comment 4. It's yellow, right there, the last part of the sentence. In
So-
yellow.
Second sentence.
So I think that makes it kind of clear
There for what?
that, yeah, we do need more peer review at least to see if it meets their standards, which are obviously the performance standards, but they can put it in a format that people who aren't H&H experts can understand.
Unless that's the only question we have for them,
Right. I mean,
and then they can just answer it at this point. Or should. Mr.
I
Chair,
mean, the next one, it says the same thing. you
applicant
know?
has,
this is part of a construction sequence that we provide. I mean, you asked us to provide these and add them to the plan, we did that. And now you're questioning whether or not the people that I hire are professional enough to know what to produce on a construction sequence. What is this?
Okay.
Can I just address, like, in relation to that hydrology question, that just as an example that we've just brought up, not relating to every single other comment, just specifically this one. I stated on there, it's written about in the track changes section of the written replication protocol that's in Exhibit 3, right? But the question was, do we need more testing to determine if that hydrology will be supported? Is it gonna impact the upstream? And I don't have the expertise to say whether the information you provided.
It can
Says that
be
it will
conditioned,
be-
it can be conditioned in an order, I mean.
Conditioning everything in an
Yeah.
order at the end of a project is not necessarily the same as having something verified. We have the right, as you know, from previous projects, to ask a outside third party to review your experts' reports and results,
But this is,
to verify
I
that.
understand, but Mr. Chairman, understand one thing. We proposed this replication area that we're talking about hydrology 6 months ago, okay? Nobody, and we designed it quite a while ago. Nobody's come back to us and said, oh, we're concerned about the hydrology. They asked if we would do another test in the area, which we're happy to do, but that's not, this is not rocket science. Okay, it's not rocket science. These guys get paid a lot of money, but it's not like a brainiac type of thing. Hydrology is the groundwater there at or near the surface where you're constructing this wetland replication. That's it. We've done enough testing there to know what's there.
The question is the future. Once the box culvert's installed and now the topology of how that water flows through its groundwater system, will the hydrology still be there once the project is built,
But-
is the question, which we don't know because it hasn't been modeled, correct?
Is that a question for Paul?
Paul, you want to answer that
Anybody can
question?
answer. I don't think it
Oh,
has.
no, because Paul may have put
Yeah.
that in some plans. He's frozen. You're frozen, Paul. Oh, no, you're not.
Paul, you there?
Trying to make sure. his
You're
mic-
muted, Paul.
Sorry, my
There it goes.
my hearing's not good. I'm trying to follow along in the captioning.
Sorry. So did you hear the question that was being asked?
I did not. If you could, I tried to. I didn't understand it, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I think that the general maybe I'm blocking the mic. The general question, Paul, is when the project is built and you've installed your replication area, considering the crossings, will there be hydrology in the area of those plantings to actually sustain them? Have you
I am
Googled
quite
that? Do you know for sure if that's the case?
I'm quite confident that there will be, and that's for I put in BSC had asked for a written explanation, which I did provide, because I put in information and considered information about two things. Number one, we have the stream coming down. We have hydrology along that stream, and the stream has a bit of a grade, and the wetland has a bit of a grade. And the plans have a lot of detail about that topo. So there's wetland hydrology all the way down, consistent with the elevation of the channel. It basically, the groundwater and surface water elevations, gradually decrease going from north to south across the site. And you can further look at that by looking at the test pit data, where there's a number of test pits at and near the replication area where they dug down, looked at the seasonal high water table, and there is water there in the area where the replication area will be, where it is proposed. So the other thing that we did put in the protocol, which we always like to do, and I convinced is a good idea, is an acknowledgement that the grades can actually be tweaked a little bit when you get out there. If you have some little deviations, the engineer puts on grades in their flat areas and puts the slopes where we tell them. But we want the ability at the time of subgrade excavation before topsoil to kind of tweak that. But I'm very confident there's surface water coming down that drives that wetland up above, and there's groundwater coming in from the side. The evidence of that is very strong.
Question.
Okay. All right. Hannah, is there any other items that you want to bring up? I'm looking through some of the comments and you had read a number of them. It's like, here's one from page 6, but a little further down. The same thing, section comment 4, the last item was the applicant has not addressed requirements from section, I won't say what all the numbers are, the number of numbers relating to the replication plan as noted in comment 36 of the peer review from BSE peer review as well. So that's a case of the applicant not having responded to something. Do we want to have peer review to verify whether they need to, or when they do respond, what they do want somebody to review what the response is, if in fact they have not responded, addressed their requirements. The next section, for example, comments 6, 7, 8, 10. Sorry, 6, 7, yeah, 8 and 10. Peer review comment, the last item there, peer review comments defer to the planning board for the outstanding comments. This is about provisions for the project subdivision, whether in this case the 4-foot separation requirement that we have in our bylaws is actually going to be applicable in this case because of the way the regulations and the area specified was, but they're deferring to the planning board for that, which may be one of the ones that Lou mentioned. Some of the things are under review of planning board. and so on. So, are there other ones that you want to call out in particular? Or, I mean, the commission members have looked at some of these too.
Just in terms of like needing peer review on stuff.
Or an example of where, yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
I think the isolated vegetated wetland, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
That one on the last page where their comment was it's unclear to them which of the depressions qualify as IBW versus ILSF. And then you commented and said it was still unclear to you as well.
I can comment on that, I think, quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I may. BSC, if you recall, did consider that, look at those areas, and agree with me that the areas are far below the threshold of ponding required to be ILSF, which again is a 1/4 acre foot. So if you think it's can be a different geometry, but the water 1 foot deep over a 1/4 acre, that volume of water in whatever geometry, these areas just don't have the capability, if to hold that much water based upon the excuse me, based upon the topography. They spill out water over the, I guess would be the south end into the open pit. at a volume much, much less than that requisite volume. And Paul Knappich agreed with that.
The question there is because this comment was done after, this comment was made, I'm a little bit confused because that comment was made after they reviewed the plan set. This was part of this was a comment from the latest peer review. So I don't know if that.
I think, excuse me, Han, I think there was in some of the materials that were submitted prior, you know, the IVW area, isolated vegetated wetland under your bylaw, was labeled as IVW/ILSF, isolated land subject to flooding. They're not isolated land subject to flooding. They are, in my opinion, IVW. If you recall, Paul Knappich actually questioned whether they even qualified as that. And absent that, they would not be jurisdictional in any fashion.
How many square feet were the two areas? 17,000 square feet. That's the one we were talking about, the same two.
Right.
Yeah, which we were talking about that before. The Bellingham bylaws say you can have IBW loss of up to 5,000 square feet. It doesn't say beyond that whether you can have any additional.
Well, that's why we requested the waiver.
Right. So this may be a fault of the bylaw wording that was done a number of years ago, quite some time ago. But it seemed a little unclear to me what happens when it's more than 5,000 square feet. If a
The waiver,
Beg pardon?
In your other.
waiver or nothing.
No, in your other parts of the regulations, not the bylaw, the regulations specify that the commission can grant
At their discretion.
at the discretion a waiver of the regulations. So that's why we submitted it. It's in my, it's cited in my memorandum.
So 0 to 5,000 is one thing, 5,000 plus potentially is the same thing, which is basically a request a waiver, and the commission can decide based on its discretion.
And that's why I was always asking, are you interested in this granting the waiver? I don't know how many meetings I came to and asked that question and never got a response. So now we're at that point.
Because, and my response was, and I made it a number of times in response to your question, because that's asking us to make a partial decision along the way. We wanted the rest of the project. We finally got the rest of the project. So that was why we didn't respond at that time. Okay.
I have a question
but
about that requested waiver.
yes.
So the waiver, Mr. Chairman, your standard for the waiver is whether it's protective and enhances wetland interests. And I think, you know, and have said explicitly that because the area that we propose to fill, you know, is in the pit, it's poorly developed, it's barely jurisdictional in terms of characteristics and functions. And we propose to double the size, attach it to the BVW, which is going to provide additional flood storage, as well as traditional vegetated wetland functions. I think it's a relatively easy hurdle to cross that it is an enhancement, and therefore you are under your is able to issue the waiver because it's an enhancement.
Is that responded to in the second peer review? Is that?
We never did. We never got a response.
That's what I was asking. So you didn't get a response. So that's, again, a question.
I think the peer reviewer did agree that the isolated wetland was not very valuable. They did review that. Am I correct, Paul?
That's correct. And Paul
some sort of
Knappich
response
actually, he did, Paul Knappich from BSC commented on the planting plan and asked for one modification, which was to put in some herbaceous plugs, which I did include. And I provided the track changes version of that document, really just as a convenience because most of the language in there didn't change, but I did respond to some comments from Paul Knappich. So I thought that would be helpful just for everyone to review since not much of it changed. But that was his comment, was he wanted to tweak the language about the soils to kind of pin that down, which I incorporated, and he wanted to tweak the planting plan, which I incorporated.
But he did agree that the isolated wetland was not very valuable resource area.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, can I offer somewhat of a perspective of where I'm feeling at the moment? Under normal circumstances, peer review involvement would still be happening. Now, we got a situation where it isn't, and an applicant who feels he paid fair money and has not received fair value for the money paid. There's open, now, we have not reviewed the peer review relative to that specific question. We muddled our way through and so I think he certainly has the right to present that question and we as a commission should probably answer it. Simultaneous to that now, we're also addressing this second question of, do we in fact need peer review involvement to finish the answers in the open items? We haven't reviewed this material relative to that question either.
Right. Which is the sense of what we were trying to get tonight.
So, and we're cycling through various things with no real agenda on that, just picking things. I know I had a cramp with some of the peer review response where I got two different answers to the same question in one of the last meetings. You know, did you review it? No. And then I got a yes. Is there, so my question is this, is there a value in us reviewing the peer review and these open items relative to those two perspectives? Do the peer reviews give us the answers we requested, or is it a regurgitation of the bylaws in which Lou's position is valid? In which case we have some credence to go back to BSC and say, yeah, you didn't finish the job, please. Because we're still needing their input. And it also gives us the ability to review this of saying, okay, do we have enough to condition it in the order of conditions or not? It is kind of where my head is at the moment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a
Go ahead,
question.
Neil.
I have a question about the peer review. Is the remaining work, is that extra work that was required that was not part of the original contracted price? Or
No, they just used up the money.
were they billing on an hourly basis, or was the contract to fulfill some predetermined amount of work, or was it a time issue, or?
Well, the initial proposal, the way I understand it from Hannah, was that and from what I saw, was that they had a scope of work, they identified there was a certain cost associated with it. They provided one report from that scope of work. We also had one working group as a reflection of the fact that they weren't making a lot of progress, which involved someone from BSC sitting down along with on the commission side. I don't know.
I think it was Pam.
With Pam, and that was also included in their original scope of, not scope of, but their original using of the funds to complete what they completed. The second peer review report that we received from BSC, which was done by Paul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was provided. Do you know if that was provided within the original scope of funding, or was that where they basically reached the limit and started getting into a?
So I didn't get any invoices, and I don't want to, entirely speak for BSC on this because it's not entirely clear to me. How I was seeing the situation was, we understood that, we had some issues with the first peer review letter. echoed by a couple of the commission members that were concerned that the main author of the report wasn't the one that completed the review or looked at the review before it was sent.
It was a T and M contract, right? It wasn't
I don't know.
time and materials. We paid for hours.
Well, no, it was,
I
So-
can bring up the scope of
so
work,
in
but
in the proposal, they had certain tasks. And then they had a lump sum at the bottom, right? No amounts associated with the task, just they send an invoice in to the town. They don't reference the task that they did. They say, oh, 15 hours, $4,500 or whatever it is. That's the invoice that I've seen. That's not really fair. Tell us what you did, who did the work, what level of person reviewed it. Not like, how do I know some clerk reviewed it and they just billed me $200 an hour? That's ridiculous. And, you know, and I don't want to pick on the Conservation Commission though, because this has happened. You know, I've been here for 3 years and this firm has done the same thing every single time. And I not warned, but I expressed my concerns at very beginning that this was not a good idea to have these people doing it. They're slow and they're not really honest people. They charge more. If you look at their rate sheet for what if you go to hire them for something, their rate is $100, let's say. You do a peer review, it's $200 for the same person. It's a ripoff. And it's not challenged and it's not monitored. And Paul McManus was in many towns. I'm in 6 different towns. It's everywhere. It's abused.
That's something we will certainly, hearing your point and having heard some of the commission members' concerns tonight as well as in the past, be looking at and Hannah knows concerns for potential other companies that we're talking to. One of the things we probably need to be better about is specifying in scope what we want for a report. If you're gonna bill us, as you said after the fact, we, the commission members, want to be comfortable that the scope was done, as you said, was checking off it. This is the scope, and we've done this, we didn't do the last 2 things, we still are gonna bill you.
I tried to do that, but the commission rejected my.
All right, well, that's something we're.
So
We
why don't
also need the report from peer review to make sure that that it tells us whether the project meets the performance standards and
Exactly.
complies with the Wetlands Protection Act.
And that's exactly right, because that's what they should have been doing from the beginning. But let's get to
Marianne, make sure you note that compliment there.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's valid.
All right, so Neil, did that answer your question? Because you're the one that started the question.
Not even a little bit, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I think
Thanks,
the question
Neil,
was,
appreciate
the
it.
time and materials, and the answer is no, was a lump sum for a certain number of tasks which were delineated. Ham, did you end up pulling that up or not? I don't want to put down.
Oh,
I think we can
yeah,
look at
my
this.
computer died, so now I have.
Okay,
That's an
so,
offline thing.
May I
that's
make,
all my thing, we'll check.
may I make a suggestion? Do the same thing that we did on the last hearing. You folks need an opportunity to review the information that we submitted 2 weeks ago. Why don't we review that information, have Hannah sort of outline a scope, potentially a scope of what the commission may need expertise on to review by BSC. Send it out, see what they come back with as a number, and we'll come back on June 11th and do the same thing. And that way, at that point, you would have reviewed these questions and either say, yes, we need more review, we need more help, or we don't. It's a very simple process.
And if we do, we've provided a defined scope of work that has been priced as the defined scope of work, which would answer your needs should you choose to move forward with it.
Correct.
I'll also caution the commission members to realize that while we certainly can provide some internal, meaning you can each decide yourselves, as to whether the comments and questions need additional review, we cannot exchange that information offline or in email form, Mr. Members. It's an open hearing, it's a,
Violation of open meeting
yeah,
law.
violation of-
But you can provide the comments to Hannah individually.
Right.
You just can't converse together.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks for getting what I was trying. Like, okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could I ask that we at least, that the commission at least keep open the opportunity for the sort of meeting that we had a month or so ago in the room you're in right now. We were met with one member of the commission, as I recall, and Hannah and BSC. And it was, I think, an efficient meeting to get some questions answered. I guess I would ask that you at
So
least,
you're asking for another working meeting?
or at least the possibility of one.
Should the need be there for it, potentially, and the commission decide to do so, that'd be up to the commission. Yeah, I won't say we won't consider it or we won't review it, but I think first question is whether we feel that a working group meeting is something that the commission wants to do and needs to do. And that could be something where if you are interested in that as something to be helpful to move your part of the project along, you might want to provide not syllabus, that's not the word I'm thinking of, but a list of things that you would think would be helpful to see in a working group, and we could determine whether that would be something that we would want to tackle and have an investment of expertise. The biggest question partly is whether we would have somebody from a peer review point of view and expertise, or just only commission members be in that working group, because if we don't have a peer reviewer that's able to respond at this time, whether it's BSC or someone else, we may not have the expertise.
Was there peer review at that meeting?
Yeah, there was, and
Okay. I think we need to answer the first two questions.
But I think Paul's asking down the road, correct, Paul?
He's just asking us to keep open to peer review.
Yeah, okay. Is that right, Paul? You're sort of back.
That's fine. I think,
Okay.
initially the working group was really to respond to BSC's questions. And that's what I anticipated, but that's fine. I'm just asking that that the commission keep that as an option.
Any other questions for the commission, from the commission about this particular?
Yes, I wanted to ask about, are we gonna be talking about, are we talking to Rob this evening? Is that what this comment is about the stormwater? Is that?
It was just if you guys had questions related to that, it could be directed to Rob. And he could provide some more clarity on the stormwater review, since it's mostly coming from peer review. There are, applicable bylaws under our local regulations, but if they meet those bylaw standards, that would be something that Rob could clarify for people.
I would like to hear that, yeah.
Are they inconsistent? Does the planning stormwater bylaw is it not consistent with our stormwater bylaw?
Correct, in some ways, because the portion, that one section that,
Who's more strict, us or them?
well, it's just a couple different requirements, right?
Yeah, like your regulations require that separation of groundwater for within the water resource district. I think that there's also outfall controls that are required. These items were reviewed by the peer review consultant, so if you want, I'm glad to answer specific questions once you have a chance to kind of dive into the regulations. I can, I'll make myself available for the June 11th meeting to answer any specific questions. I would recommend that it might make sense. I think you're all on the right track as far as trying to whittle down exactly what Hannah has kind of provided. It might make sense, rather than to even have BSC involved, for a working group, it might be beneficial to have Hannah, myself, and Paul just meet specifically, because if there's certain items that are called out, similar to what we were talking about tonight, figuring out exactly where the information is, where the answer is that was already submitted, that can kind of create an outline to be submitted to you folks. So if there's specific questions, like for example, that H&H item, it sounds like Paul already had a narrative in there. And then that way you can generate more conversation if you have more questions or need more clarity at the June 11th meeting. Hannah and I can do the legwork to try and get everything to you, which I think, Hannah, you've done a heck of a job preparing what you have.
A lot of work was done, obviously, the comments list.
Yeah.
Budget that we're reviewing right now, the memo we're reviewing, outstanding comments. So you're and Hannah, agree or disagree or get clarity if you need it. So Rob, what you're suggesting is that the three of you potentially, if needed for Paul's input, get together and take this comments letter and whittle it down, say, we've actually identified a couple of these things, they aren't really outstanding as much. We have info that we have tracked down for you all on the commission. So you can cross these off your potential list of things that you might need to have reviewed. So we would get that prior to the June 11th meeting and then come back in and say, okay, now we have reviewed this information, but we've also in the interim gotten some feedback where some of these items have been answered. Now, instead of 25 items or whatever is on here, we have 10 outstanding, and we as a commission have concerns about these other items. And now, do we need peer review for that? We could decide at the June 11th meeting.
And it's not so much crossing it off, it's more of if there's an item that has information that already has, just reference it, so then that way, okay, you can look at it, and it might not be crossed off, it might be crossed off.
Right.
That's,
But it here's where the information is, whereas before in this letter, it might have said, still may be outstanding because we don't have an answer about this, but in fact, Paul had the answer and, you know, now we get it. Okay, is that clear to the commission members? Does that seem make sense? So it would help narrow things down a little bit.
So is that gonna happen before June 11th?
If they get together before the 11th, if they don't get together before the 11th, obviously not.
It's gonna happen before the 11th, I can assure you.
Well, if the three can get together and if the commission wants to let that happen.
The three being,
Paul and
Paul McManus,
Paul
Anna
McMahon,
Chase,
with your town staff.
and maybe Rob Truex might participate too, the engineer, because there were a couple of engineering questions in there too.
so if that, does that make sense to the commission members? Anybody have an issue with them, the three of them helping narrow down this document? That's the scope of
Nope.
their.
I like that.
Second,
Well, we don't have to prove that later. Just want to make sure there's no disagreement on it. We can have them get together. Okay, and, okay, yeah, good, okay. All right. If you don't have any other questions, we have a sense of what we're gonna do with this going forward. I think we do need to look to continue this Lake Street, Prospect Street, Prospect Hill Village to, the evening of June 11th at 7 PM, and I'll accept a motion for that. If there's no other questions from anybody in the audience, anybody in the audience have a question about this project? Robert?
Just regarding BSC's peer review, they did state that given the peer review was conducted during January, which is off-season for vernal pools, they recommended that the site be reviewed during vernal pool season, which ends mid-May. Today's May 14th. Was that entire site review conducted for vernal pools?
Well, as Mr. Petrosi is about to say, I believe the entire, because I've seen another comment in writing from him saying the same thing. The entire site is not necessarily open to review, only areas that are jurisdictional to us. So if you take a 100-foot marker and draw a line around all the property, the impacts, areas of impact that are impacted by development, anything within that 100-foot buffer area is, or jurisdiction area is something we could review to see if they're vernal pools. Have they all been reviewed in that area? I don't know.
Well, let me just add this, the area that was questionable at the time was this isolated wetland that was in the middle of the gravel pit, and Paul McManus did go out and observe and issued a letter.
Is that the one in January?
It was like a month ago.
That's, excuse me, Lou,
It's very good.
there is a letter in the NOI package that was submitted a couple weeks ago. I went out prior to that, during the pool season. I know it was the right time because I looked at the certified vernal pool that's up to the north, east of the railroad grade. And there were both spotted salamander and wood frog egg masses in that pool. And I scoured the little ponding areas that were present in the two IVWs. I scoured those pretty heavily and found nothing. So I know it was at the right time. Conditions for viewing were optimal, and I didn't find anything. I'm pretty confident that had there been sufficient biological activity for it to be a pool, that I would have seen it.
And that letter is in the file.
When did you go out again?
Where's Ariane's?
What
Uh,
dates did he go out?
Give me a second. Let me find my letter here. I have a bunch of things open here. I went out on April 10.
Okay.
Okay, Don has a question. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Paul, clarification, this is the area that has sort of like, one pool of water, and then there's a berm of earth and then a smaller one on the other side? Is that where you looked at?
No, this is the area, this is the area out in the.
Gravel area.
If you cross
in the-
over the,
within
if
the
you go to the
gravel area?
existing
Okay.
crossing and go, I'm gonna say off the top of my tongue, 100 yards west. There's a place where they mined out and hit the water table a little bit. So that's the IVW area.
Okay.
That I.
Yeah, thank you. I tried to find that on the map, and I wasn't quite sure, after reading your memo, so thank you.
Ariane?
Sure.
It looks like we were in a mild drought in April, so I don't know if that data would count.
Well, again, I'm not basing my, exclusion conclusion on the hydrology, which the area may not satisfy the hydrologic requirement. But I'm basing it on the biological activity. So if there was a little bit of standing water in there, if the animals were going to go, they did have a place to lay eggs, but there were no egg masses there.
And the area, Don, you referred to with the mound between one large.
Yeah, I was following the wetlands, and there's like a little bit of a road that goes through, the road floods, and if you're facing towards Prospect Street. On the right-hand side, there's an area that's probably, about the size of a football field that floods every year, and I know there's tree frogs in there. There's a smaller area to the left, that floods, but I didn't see any
There is a
vegetation.
certified vernal pool with the.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that it may be that, I was looking at
That's
it.
what
So
we
what I'm trying to get at is whether or not there are areas still that need or should have been reviewed that that are jurisdictional to us.
Right, and that's why I was asking that question. It sounds like it's the same.
So these
What I
areas,
saw was the vernal pool,
Okay.
because there were
excuse
two
me,
frogs.
these areas that I'm talking about are kind of upper center of the image that Hannah has up there. Thank you, Hannah.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
And what about that one right at the apex, if you were to go, where's your cursor? Go down, with your cursor, it's on the screen.
Right there.
No, if you could go down with your cursor and to the left, and go left. And up just a little bit. There you go, right there where it says wetland. Yeah, is that jurisdictional?
That was severely flooded.
That's the BVW that the upper portion of Hogue Brook goes through. That was, for those of you that walked the stream after we had documented dry, you went through that area. That's where Hannah's cursor is just downstream of the existing crossing.
And there is a vernal pool right here as well, up here, which is on the plan set.
And is there like some sort of culvert that connects the two?
No.
That's just what it looked like on the drawings.
Like there's a culvert there, let me see that thing.
Or just like some connection. No, I don't see it from that one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, see. Right there, is that some sort of?
We're not touching that, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so that area is kind of partially isolated, but right where Hannah's cursor is, somebody back when cut through the berm, so it's actually BVW, but it is a ponding area that we had identified. You'll as a vernal pool, you'll see in there's two sets of flags. Thank you, Hannah. There's IV flags, VP flags. And then outside that there's the BVW flags where it's wet. There you go. Thank you.
I guess,
That's-
sorry, my question is, was that area, the wetland, the area marked wetlands assessed for, vernal pool features?
So the first line that Hannah highlighted to the left is the one where there's the ponding. The second one where her cursor is now is, has wetland hydrology, but no evidence of ponding. And that cut in the berm that I mentioned, that really controls how high the water can get in there. So even if we had, a foot of rain, the water, the water's only going to pond to a certain level because it goes out that cut in the berm.
And that wetland area doesn't meet the physical characteristics?
Only within Hannah's left-hand highlight.
Yeah, okay. And whether that is an area that's even impacted by the construction is a question, because if it's outside of an area, outside of the 100 foot beyond the area of impact, then whether it's a vernal pool or wetlands or anything else, if it's not being disturbed or affected and beyond 100 feet, then it's not jurisdictional to us. I mean,
Right, we basically stayed away from it.
Germane to the project.
Jermaine, just-
Correct, thank you.
Paul, quick note, I made a note, there was a blue ribbon that had E5 and a series of them, is that area?
I don't remember. Hannah, can
Okay.
you read the flag numbers there?
Well, no, I didn't know, because he seems so familiar with it, I just didn't.
The
Five,
blue,
that little isolated wetland. on the
Yeah,
east
that's
side.
what I put, yep, okay.
Pretty sure.
the
Thank you.
blue is what we consistently use for the wetland boundary.
Yeah.
The pool flagging, I'd have to look at my report. I don't remember, but that's probably a different color. But I'd have to look at my report to see what we did it, but
No, that's okay. I think I know, I just wanted to couple.
Okay, additional questions? Comments? All right, so we had a sense of whether or not we want to do as has been suggested, which is to let Paul and Rob and Hannah meet and try to go through the outstanding comments.
Moved.
What do you, Hannah? I'm sorry, Ariane, go ahead, say, you got.
I said so moved.
Okay, thank you. We're in the interim, while that's happening, in the meantime, what we'll want to do is, continue, potentially accept motion to continue this hearing for Off Lake Street project to Total Village to the evening of June 11th at 7 PM. I'm looking for motion. Second. Pam, second, thank you. So, okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions, clarification? We're good. Need anything else for this? And we will be, again, as we thought, trying to see if we get a scope of peer review for ESC or anybody else, like your companies. Yes, for this remaining questions, if we can get that prepared from somebody before the 11th or by the 11th, that would be helpful. We'll see where we are at Bill.
Are we gonna vote?
Oh, yes, Ariane already said hi, Neil,
Aye.
James. Aye. Steve. Aye. Don.
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
Mike, aye. All right, unanimous vote, thank you. All right, now we are going back to the continued hearing for notice of intent for A&R Lot 1, Blackstone Straits Bowl.
Yes, thank you, Paul.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Paul.
thank you, Paul.
And Rob.
thank you. Good night.
Night. All right, so this is A&R Lot 1, Blackstone Street, map 62, Lot 1, construction of a single-family home within the 100-foot buffer zone to BBW, of Jersey Wall Street Development Corporation, PLX, and as the rep applicant. One of the items that was still outstanding on this, and maybe the only one, is a request for a waiver from the applicant for the request that was made by a commission member to have a over 10-inch caliper trees to be counted. What I saw from a response from the applicants was that they requested that a waiver as being time consuming and a burden. And then the comment made was, and you all saw this probably in the portal, that
from a safety point of view, with these large trees that are on this particular, for these two house lots, lot 1 and 2, because the same response was made for both, and same road request for both, that the applicant's planning on, for safety reasons, eliminating any trees within a 40-foot radius of the planned houses on these two sites, and potentially going forward for the other project parts. This is a general procedure or practice for the other house lots from a safety point of view. So is that accurate?
Yeah, pretty much, because,
Okay.
these are very tall trees.
So I've got a simple math question for you. If you remember your geometry, I'd like to know how many square feet a 40-foot radius circle is, because I didn't bother looking that up. And I don't need an answer right now, but you can have the engineer do that. And then, so that's basically giving us how many square feet is around each house potentially being taken out. And then, we obviously have two house lots here, but potentially how many house lots would you be, that you know of at this point in time, because I know you may not be prepared to speak to the rest of the 200 acres, potentially be looking to do. What I'm looking to get is a sense of how many square feet of clearing we're potentially doing.
What do you mean on the whole site?
You're proposing doing this for each house, whether it's the 12 houses along the road. that you're proposing-
Mr. Chair, aren't we talking about this one lot?
Yeah, we just.
Isn't the hearing for
No,
this one lot?
but, and until I saw the response from the applicant, which was that not only for this one lot and for the second lot, but going forward, that was the plan. And knowing that they've already brought to us tonight 12 additional house lots. And the potential is that going forward, there will be additional single-family houses elsewhere on the site. We may be talking 100 times X many square feet. And I just wanted a sense before we say, if I can get a sense of it, this is my concern, or consideration, how many square feet we're talking about potentially impacting on the site, where the applicant is basically just saying, this is a burden to me, and I don't really want to do it. It's gonna cost me money and time to count these trees, these large trees, which we have the right to ask that count from, it's in the bylaws. And it may be, it's not a huge amount of square feet, and it may not be a huge amount of trees, but I have no sense of that without asking those questions, which the commission can decide they don't really care. That's your prerogative, but that was my consideration question. That I believe is the only other outstanding item. Hannah, is there anything else that's still with this slot outstanding?
In
For lot one?
terms of,
Just as far as anything else that they,
Closing the hearing.
for the hearing, the notice intent. That I'm missing. I identified this because this was a waiver that's still actively being asked for, has not been responded to by the commission, so obviously we need to decide on the waiver or not. I was asking for more information, which may not be available for a little bit, but the commission may have other questions about these two sites.
So for this particular piece of property, I'm the one that asked for it. And the reason I was asking was I wanted to know how many of those large trees were in an area that is subject to a lot of water, because those large trees, I've had it happen in my yard. Cut them down, now I'm having water issues because they absorb so much. So I was curious to how many of those large trees would be taken out, and would that affect the wetlands in the area that we're responsible for?
You know, just let me give you my philosophy first of all, because in this particular case, this is a heavily forested area. Trees are huge, many trees, probably 100 or more, that would be over 10 inches in diameter.
Not on that lot.
Not on that lot, but
Right.
you know, between the two lots, it could be that many. If you take into account what you're clearing for the house, the driveway, the septic system, the front area, you know, those typically homeowners, if you have a tree that's 40 feet long of tall and it's 20 feet from the house, they're gonna ask you to cut it down.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna come back to the commission and ask permission to cut it down.
Right.
I'm just not gonna do it. What we're doing on these lots, this one here is, what lot is this? This is lot 2. Let's go to lot 1. I mean, these are buffer zone, these are buffer zone things, we're not affecting the resource areas. you asked for us to put the limitations, this is your 50-foot buffer, this is your 100-foot buffer. We have a
So the
lim-
buffer zone doesn't, it doesn't affect.
Hannah?
I think someone had mentioned last time that the 50-foot buffer zone. I mean, under our bylaw, the buffer zone is a resource area that you can regulate. The buffer zone, the 50-foot buffer zone typically under our regulations is a temporary disturbance zone, so typically that's all temporary disturbance. Someone noted, is clearing and grading gonna happen for the lawn? And they stated yes, so that was kind of where it was left off, was, are the trees gonna be counted? Is impacts gonna be minimized to that 50-foot temporary disturbance area? Where is are you guys okay with having the permanent limit of disturbance be within 25 feet of the wetland versus the 50 foot was, I think, where it stood.
First of all, it's not a bylaw, it's a regulation that you have. The bylaw doesn't actually speak to the regulations,
Yes.
if you really want to get down to it, but this is a typical buffer zone project. Everything that we have shown within the limit of work is gonna be cut and graded. It's for a backyard for a house. It's typical. I can't think of any more reasonable approach than that. And that's gonna
I
happen.
think typically we've had people count the trees.
Yeah, I know, I'm not.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm not doing that. I can just tell you right now, I'm not doing that. And
Well, how about if you counted the ones within the area of disturbance and then the ones that you're gonna remain or that you're gonna leave that are just outside the area of disturbance, like
what I'm
maybe
willing
we
to
can work with.
Yeah, what
a
I'm
limit.
willing to do, and not to interrupt, but what I'm willing to do is, I'm willing to go out with Hannah or when we get, or whoever may buy the lot, and maybe there are a few trees in there that we could flag off, typically before a tree clearing operation takes place. You flag them off as not gonna interfere with the house or the construction, and you flag them off and you save them. But I can almost tell you that any homeowner that is gonna buy a house here and has a 40-foot tree here is not gonna be interested in having that tree there, given the conditions that are out there. Now, you worry about, you've seen when a tree flips over the roof ball, it's like 15 or 18 feet wide. Those are trees that are gonna come down in a heavy wind, rainstorm. I'm willing to bet you go through there after every storm, you're gonna see new trees that are falling down. So I don't wanna belabor the point, but it's just simply an unreasonable ask to even if we counted them, they're gonna come down anyways. What are we counting them for? If I came in, if this homeowner wants a pool in the backyard, are you gonna deny them a pool?
If it's in wetlands, yeah,
No,
but it's
not
not.
in wetlands.
Right, but
it's in
that's-
a buffer zone. We're not filling any wetlands, we're not.
Which
altering-
buffer zone, 25-foot, 50, or if you're saying within the
Right.
25, I say no, potentially.
Well.
No,
in
there's,
25
no,
is
there's,
different than
because there's no
50.
building in the 25-foot zone.
Right.
Oh, my God. Listen, I don't wanna belabor the
But you're saying the
legalities.
word buffer zone, and you're using it very loosely.
Well, you're
There are different buffer zones, 25.
correct. We're not in the 25, we're not proposing anything in the 25. We have a limit of work that's outside the 25. And all I'm suggesting is that these houses have to meet a certain setback from the street, which we have met. People are gonna wanna have a yard area, and that yard area is gonna be where we've designated it as a limit of work. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. The trees are in the way. So,
Sounds like the wetlands are in the way.
well, no, we think the wetlands are in a good spot. They're down the hill. You've been there. This is down gradient, probably 25 feet below the grade of this house. I don't understand why, there's nothing that's going in this direction. There's a wall here.
Aren't you gonna need to include that information for MISA though?
Oh, No, it's outside the jurisdiction. anyways, I'd appreciate the waiver so we can move on. You mentioned other lots, that all the other lots, they're not all in conservation jurisdiction, so. There are some along Blackstone Street that are, but the great majority of them are not. And so those lots are gonna
They're
be,
cutting a X many square foot, whatever it turns out to be for that diameter around each house that you stated in writing that you were planning to do going forward, not just those 2 lots, but going forward. To me, is giving a precedent. If we say yes to this waiver, which is what you're asking about right now, because I'm getting back to this, trying to move this along. If the commission wants to do that, keep in mind that it'll be difficult to say something down the road if determined by the commission that you want, whether it's tree replication or replacement down the road, which obviously in a situation like this where you're cutting down trees that are in the middle of a forest, planting more trees just wouldn't be feasible because they wouldn't grow in that area. So we're not looking at it for that particular situation.
Here's one of the cramps that I have, and I brought this up last time, and it's really only applies to lot 1. Lot 2, Lou, can you put that up there? The 100-foot goes for the middle of the backyard. The limit of work is between the 100 and the 50, so it's not much of an impact. But when you go to lot 1, the 100-foot is in the front of the house.
Right.
And the backyard is going to drain into a vernal pool. So any fertilizer on that lot is gonna pump nitrogen into the vernal pool. So,
but then you put
Lou, please. I don't see the need. Certainly no need to encroach past the 25, which he's not, he's got the erosion control at the 25. And I question the need to even go past the 50.
you're talking about 1 or 2.
1. 2 is a different animal. It's.
You question the need to go even beyond the 50, meaning what? Question for him, his need to go beyond the 50?
Well, he wants to sell. Yeah, he wants to sell.
I realize
The question is,
that.
we're trying to protect the area.
That's not the
The last
motivation.
one.
No, I know.
Ours is protecting drinking water.
No, I know.
There was discussion with the, at the gentleman who was here for him that said that one of these houses could just be moved forwards, and that was an option, that they didn't want to do, but it was an option.
I don't know who made that comment, but.
Person who's representing you,
There's
that's
a 30-foot frontage versus a 35 that's given. That's what's shown on the zoning.
What did you say again?
There's a 30-foot front yard setback and there is a 35-foot front yard setback that is
Isn't-
currently proposed.
That would only be 5 feet then.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Tom Schatz,
Tom, yeah, Tom, but
he was here at on the night.
yeah, he was here, I watched the meeting. But let me address a couple of things. First of all, you have the ability to condition the area, the homeowner, the lawn area, so that no chemicals that you're suggesting.
We do or we don't.
No,
You
we
do. You have the ability to do that.
But it's
It's
easier.
very common.
It's easier not to have to do that if it's not.
Right, but listen, you're gonna have a lawn area no matter what you do. Second thing is, these all have infiltration chambers, you can condition that. Put all the water from the roofs and thing in the ground. That's another condition that you can put on these lots to avoid some of the concerns that you're raising. So, I mean, I just don't, I've never had this situation where we're worried about trees, keeping trees versus,
I'm not so much trees as much as moving the barrier, the control barrier up.
well, again, we have a stone wall that's here, that's at the edge of the wetlands, and the vernal pool is another 50 feet past that. So I just don't understand what,
The tip of the vernal pool is like 20 feet from.
that's wetlands
That's
right
not
there.
bad.
That's 25, so that's 30 to there.
Right, but
Then
they're
it-
saying from the stone wall, that's about 20 feet.
Well, yeah, that particular. They should have had them out there with a Sharpie.
So my comment is not relative to tree count, it's relative to the project as a whole on lot 1. I don't see this issue so much on lot two.
So being uphill from a lawn, proposed lawn area, which will, even if you say don't put chemicals on it, you have no way of controlling that, because other than putting in writing, the homeowner will do what they're gonna do. So there's no guarantee that that won't eventually affect it. But in addition, you're proposing cutting down a large swath of trees in the back area, which would potentially provide some protection, additional level of protection. So while you're saying rather quickly and easily, or I don't see why you can't have a backyard here, and everybody's gonna want a backyard, and you gotta have a backyard. Well, you know what? In this particular case, where you got a vernal pool downhill from you, and the trees are one of the major things that can slow down, what are the rock walls gonna do? Nothing to stop any chemicals that eventually surface run if you get a lot of rain or gradually infiltrating. It's not gonna happen overnight, but could potentially, as Steve was mentioning, be a concern.
So do you want me to put a berm here? That will solve all your problems.
Well, no, because all those fertilizers are just fully water soluble. They'll go into the groundwater and go under whatever above ground system you put in place. So I think the concern is the amount of lawn and how close it is to the wetland itself.
All right, well, listen, this is a perfectly legitimate notice of intent. It's a buffer zone project. You have a Wetlands Protection Act, and you have your local regulation, local bylaw. We comply with the Wetlands Protection Act, we comply with your bylaw regulations. You take the shot the way you want to shoot it. We've bantied about these two lots that are simple buffer zone projects for a good 6 months. I don't want to continue the hearings anymore and make a decision. And go from there. Okay, if you're not gonna approve it, we'll go the other route. It's not rocket science here. These are buffer zones. You want us to go locate a tree that we're gonna cut down. Think of it. We're gonna locate trees and we're cutting them down. Why are we doing that?
We want the count of them. We want to know how many trees in an acreage that you're cutting.
Why? I'm cutting.
Because right now you're turning a forest into a flat lot that's going
Exactly.
25 feet.
Exactly, you're exactly.
There's a negative impact to the area. You don't agree with that, that's fine, but that's what our view is, so that's where we're at. I don't think we need to
Make your
discuss it anymore.
decision.
So the commission needs to decide what they want to do at this point in time. You want to make a motion?
Are we separating the two votes?
Well, they're two different hearings, so yes, you have
Okay.
to.
Well, let's do the one that's easy.
Well, we're at lot one right now because that's what we opened, so we need to stay with lot one. I'll accept the motion, somebody to do something.
For a motion on the waiver that was requested again.
No, I don't think you can. Anybody want to speak up on that, Neil, or I don't think we could make a decision and make a vote on the notice of intent for this particular project without addressing the waiver request first, correct? Anybody disagree?
It's done. I told
Yeah.
before.
Right, that's me. So
Yeah.
you vote on the waiver, then if the waiver is approved or not, then you can vote on the notice of intent. So I think the answer is your question, yes, you need to do the waiver.
To deny the waiver.
Okay. We have a motion to deny the waiver. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ariana, Neil?
Yeah,
online?
quick question. I'm unsure from the plan. Is the waiver request to clear trees within the 25?
No.
Or within the 50-foot of the vernal pool?
Mr. Chairman, the waiver is to not have to locate them and show them on the plan. That is the request for the waiver.
It's not asking to keep them up or not be able to cut them down. It's not because of a certain distance for anything. It's just anywhere on the site, correct?
It's a plan specification.
No, it was the trees that were gonna be cut down in order to build the house within within the protected area.
No.
That's what I was.
I just want to make sure that was what was put in the motion. I'll make sure that what you said was what the waiver was addressing. Can we follow up the waiver?
It's a plan specification in your regulations. It has nothing to do with cutting the trees or keeping the trees. It has to do with locating the
Right,
trees.
no, I understand that.
Okay.
I want to get the wording
specific for what area,
For my- what the intent
which
was.
trees we're being asked to locate.
Which side of the control zone?
You just asked for 10 inches, your regulation says locate trees 10 inches in diameter or greater. That's a plan
And
specification.
then what does it say after that? 10 inches or greater,
It
for what?
says-
Anywhere in Bellingham? No, it's gotta say somewhere else on the site. That's what we're gonna get.
Relevant to the application. But the section below that is,
That's what I was asking.
I mean, it's in my letter, then you have my letter here.
We're looking at it right
I
now.
do,
I'm just
but
trying to be.
find the
Okay,
exact
I'm
language.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Indicate existing trees of 10-inch caliber or greater, where work is proposed within upland resource areas. Parentheses, those to be preserved and or removed, parentheses, comma, stone walls, fences, buildings, historic sites, rock ridges and outcrops.
Read the next paragraph.
Indicate invert elevations on catch basins.
No. 4. Section, the next section.
I think he was reading off this letter.
Nature scope type
Your waiver.
activity, that's what you referenced.
Right. Right, D.
Right.
Has to be commensurate with the, you know, if you're doing a parking lot versus a single family home, there's two different standards there. Okay, so I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I mean, it's just plan specification.
You wrote, will likely be filed with the commission from this 200+ acre parcel, so you're not, you said that you're not talking about just one house, you're saying,
What
I want you to set a precedent for the rest of the
It
things.
has nothing to do with precedent. It has to, you don't have jurisdiction over the whole parcel, so it doesn't, you're twisting things around. You only have jurisdiction where the work is within 100 feet of a resource area. Don't think you have a jurisdiction over the whole 200 acres.
So then why did you bring that up? to
Because it's an
us?
unreasonable ask, not just from me. Any homeowner or any person that comes in and wants to build a house, you shouldn't be burdening them with locating trees 10 inches or more that are 30 feet from their proposed
But
house.
that's your opinion.
No, that's my opinion,
So
yes,
that-
and I'm telling you my opinion, because that's an unreasonable ask, it's an unreasonable regulation, and you provide an avenue in your regulations for that particular item to be waived, then I'd ask for it.
You've asked for it, and I think we should vote.
We already
It
have,
doesn't mean that I'm gonna do it.
we voted on this 2 hearings.
That was for lot 2.
Oh, was
It
it?
didn't, the lot 1 didn't go to a technical vote. Yep.
What did we vote on a lot too? Yes,
We
we
voted
Yeah.
to deny. the waiver.
So. Just to be clear, in that previous vote, did it specify since Don, was that Don's ask too back then? Were we responding to that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
So,
related to both properties.
What I wanted to get was, I didn't hear in the waiver request or in the motion that we're making, and I want to make sure that we're specific on things and clear on things for the record. For everybody, the applicant, ourselves, the record, that we're asking for a tree count of a certain area, not the whole world, obviously, to be super exaggerated. What area are we asking for within 25 feet of the house?
Should be the impacted area.
The impacted area, meaning the construction of the house, the driveway, the lot, not just the house. I mean, we're not clear on that. The impacted area is too vague to me. What does that mean?
Well,
If
Within the
somebody-
And I'd
limit
like
of
to
work.
see it
Within-
from the
within
limits of
limit work.
disturbance,
Fair work.
but I'd also
Within
like
the-
to
yeah.
see a count of the trees that will remain just outside the limit of disturbance.
I was gonna.
Like the
area.
first row.
I just want to make the motion clear so that if we have a vote, it's clear what the vote was for. Not big, so that somebody can later contest that we weren't clear enough on the vote to make. it.
I would
And I
say
just want to
it's-
explain to Lou why that is, if maybe that will help him understand a little more. It's because when we have neighbors coming by saying, hey, he's cutting trees outside of his limit of work, then we have evidence that says yes or no.
well, I don't do things that are permitted. Well, you have a
Well,
limit of
maybe
work,
you don't, but other people do.
and
And other
plus,
people
listen,
have very recently.
Well, this is plus, this is private property, I don't care what a neighbor says. Or what they feel, this is it's private property. If you grant an order of conditions with a limit of work. And we violate that, then the commission comes in like you've done in other instances, and you require us to restore the area that's been
And we need
violated.
documentation of the area to do that.
But if it's this, what we're talking about is the limit of work that you're approving as part of these two lots. You're allowing work to go, to proceed within the area that we've designated as a limit of work. If we go beyond the limit of work, then we're in violation. This is not, you don't need proof of anything. You're gonna have a silt fence there, and you have markers or whatever you do, and we're not allowed to go beyond it. But I don't understand the confusion here.
Not confusion, it's just limit of work or area of impact wasn't clear. So limit of work is clearly understood by the commission members. It appears to be more accurate, not more accurate, more descriptive than the area of, was it the earlier comment?
Within upland resource.
Within upland resource area work. So it's, I'm more focused here. If that's clear enough for the motion, do we have clarity enough, Hannah? I've lost track.
So would the motion be to deny the waiver request? Or require, deny the waiver request that requested not to locate existing trees of 10-inch caliber or greater where work is proposed within upland resource areas? Would that be?
Why would we agree to that?
No, this is what we're deciding. I want to be clear on the motion to vote yes or no on. So just to make sure we're clear on the motion. Is that clear, the upland resource area enough, or an area of impact, or do we? You all clear enough? Do you think that's clear enough for the motion?
I mean, we should just use the language that's in the bylaw.
That was what I was wondering.
Yeah.
But that was. Oh, yeah, that was the bylaw.
Yeah,
It's
we
in the waiver.
That's
we
what
need
we're
to
denying it on the grounds of.
we need to reference that language in the motion.
Correct.
I move to deny the requested waiver. And ask that the applicant indicate existing trees of 10-inch caliber or greater where work is proposed within upland resource area.
But denying the waiver basically is asking. Okay,
Yes,
you already made that motion earlier, didn't you?
I was making it very specific.
Well, is that a new motion or just
Same motion amended,
clarifying?
clarification.
This is lot one, correct?
I'll ask for a second again, just to be clear, since she's tweaked it slightly. Anybody want to second that? Slightly expanded, clarified motion.
Second,
Thank you, Arian. Okay, is this relevant to this?
It's relevant to lot one. Is this just regarding the waiver? Yes.
Yes. If it's not related to the waiver, don't ask it because we need to vote on the waiver first. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion, questions from commission members? Roll call vote. James?
Aye.
And then I, just to be clear, is a denying. Aye, just to be clear. Okay, Steve?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Sam?
I
Ariane?
aye.
Neil?
Aye.
My guy, okay, so so the waiver is denied at this point in time for lot one. We've already denied the waiver for lot two, so that is not still an outstanding issue for that one. Now we can proceed back on lot one. I'll ask Robert if you have a valid question or relevant question to lot one, because we're now going to need to decide what we want to do about the notice of intent for lot one, as the applicant has expressed a desire.
Well, I think we should condition what we expect for the tree count that he was requesting a waiver for. Or explain it. I guess condition's the wrong word, but we're not asking for all the upland area.
That's assuming you are going to make a motion to.
Does it have to be a
approve the notice
motion?
of intent?
Well, it clarified as upland resource area, which per our bylaw regulations is buffer zone. So the impacts to the buffer zone.
It's a 2-acre lot, okay.
I'm just clarifying her comment, which upland resource area, it's within upland, but buffer zone under our regulations is considered a resource area. So upland resource area, buffer zone.
So within the 100-foot buffer zone down to the limit of work?
That is what the motion denied.
Can I offer a compromise, Chairman? Can we just say that within 50 feet of the proposed house on either side, I'll locate the trees that are 10 inch or greater in diameter?
50, on the 3 sides, you mean, like back?
3 sides. Well, you know, you have your driveway, you have your septic, you know, those are gonna be cleared.
That's out of
So-
buffer zone anyway, so I'm not.
Yeah, I know, understand, so I'm just trying to say, let's say within 50 feet across the back of the house, forget about the sides, just parallel to the back of the house, 50 feet back, I'll locate the trees that are 10 inches or greater.
For the length of the property or just for the length
No,
of the house?
just for the, well, that's the thing, so I'm just saying for the length of the house, because people not gonna, like, for example, let's see the grading here, just so I can just point out. So when you're doing grading, you can see this is at 302, this is at 300, 298. Well, you're gonna grade and you're not gonna be able to grow a tree if you're covering up the roots. So these areas have to be cut. They have to be cut in order to build this house here.
We're not saying that you can't cut, we're asking you to quantify. I feel like we
Yeah.
voted, but we voted.
I understand. So I'm offering, because you can't distinguish between upland areas and whatever, I'm suggesting that we go along the back of the house, in this area here, parallel to the house, 50 feet on either side. It's 57 feet there. We'll identify those trees. But to go and identify trees that are here, that have to be removed because of the house, that's kind of not smart. Why would we locate trees in here where the house is going? Why?
So that you can quantify the impact to the resources area.
We don't have to quantify that kind of impact for the
We're asking
commission.
you to.
Okay, so I'm offering, I'm making an offer. You think that you can,
I would be okay with the offer.
they'll laugh at you.
Who's the,
Hey, the court, DEP, anybody who was asking.
DEP doesn't have jurisdiction.
Well, I know, why do you care? Because you just think you can control everybody's behavior.
I'll stop, Lou.
All right.
please.
Tired of
Keep
this.
it professional.
Listen, I made an offer.
Yeah, you've also read the rules and chose to pick a few you don't want to do. That's clear.
No, I
No.
interpret the rules.
Is the
Oh,
tree
oh.
count in the spec? You've
Do
been
you offer-
finding a spec.
Do you have the ability to grant a waiver? You do. I exercise my right to request the waiver,
And it was
In-
denied.
and now I'm trying to cooperate with the commission to offer, and since you can't determine what's a resource, I mean, what's an upland area, what the whole regulation calls for. You can't even, you want me to do 100 feet around the house? You want me to locate trees on that lot where the house is gonna be built? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think what they're saying is they wanted a count to determine within areas that are jurisdictional, how many trees, and the commission can decide whether that.
And not
what-
even how many trees.
Yeah.
Only trees that are
Right.
10 inches.
10 inches.
How many very large
It's like-
trees are being taken out, and wait, in that area, to decide whether the impact is substantial enough to be concerned about. Without a count, you don't have a sense of that. It could be 3 trees, it could be 10 trees.
No, it's not gonna be green, it's gonna be.
Right, correct.
Lot one, as Steve points out, the whole house is in a 100-foot buffer zone.
Right.
So you want me to locate every tree in that 100-foot, within 100 feet? Even though it's gonna be cut? You
Yeah.
think that's germane to you, you think that's a germane to your impact analysis? On a single
Yes.
house lot? Good luck. I don't really
For all the
care.
other single house lots.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They
don't
just
have
move
the-
it out of the
listen,
buffer zone.
I'm not gonna argue with you. You don't have the authority to do it. If you wanna pursue it, I'm happy to pursue it. But you shouldn't really have to do it that way. I offered a proposal that I think is reasonable for what we're doing on the lot
And you were suggesting that as a condition in the notice of intent?
as an order. of
Because the
condition.
variance has already been shot
Yeah,
down.
that would be a condition of your order prior to commencing construction. We would provide a plan showing the trees 10 inches of diameter along the rear portion of the house out 50 feet.
I disagree because
feel like
that's
that's-
information we'd need before we issue an order.
Does it?
I feel like that's just splitting hairs because it would take one person half a day to do that, not even.
Yeah.
Well, whether it does or it doesn't.
And does the commission feel that that information is required before issuing a decision about the notice of intent for lot 1 and lot 2?
Yes.
Because if that's the case, and that would affect a vote on the notice of intent for lot 1 and lot 2, then obviously we don't want to vote on lot 1 and lot 2 at this point in time. We need to then continue them.
And I voice a counter to that. On lot 1, I've got a real cramp with the fact that we're within 100 feet of the vernal pool. If I read these. Now, it's not crystal clear whether it says no entry in the, but it clearly marks 100 foot from the vernal pool. And based on this drawing, 100 foot from the vernal pool would put it basically at the back wall of the house.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, so. And I appreciate your time, consideration, but you're getting a little bit overzealous here. So make your decision, I'm happy to pursue it if I have to, but I think I made a reasonable proposal.
The reason I bring that point up, the tree count becomes irrelevant for me.
Because of the concern about the vernal pool.
No, on 1, yes.
The responsibility is to condition the activity, not to prevent the activity, is to condition the activity. So condition the activity so that it satisfies your concerns. Do not prohibit the activity.
Just condition.
Excuse me?
Our responsibility
just-
is to enforce the Wetlands Protection Act and our local bylaw.
Yeah, read the purpose and jurisdiction, you'll
There's
understand
There's
where
a
I'm coming
potential
from.
then to condition.
I'm requesting that the hearings be closed. Okay, I'm not agreeing to another continuance, this is ridiculous.
Okay, well,
Close the hearings, you have 21 days.
if you want to stick around for that, vote. Beg pardon?
For
Go ahead.
both, the other one did not even get open.
Yeah, he's asking for both.
So we could potentially condition pre-construction conditions that would require submission of a plan that follows this requirement. And then,
Maybe he can just like include it in his new NOI that he submitted that already has the lots shown on the plan anyway. I
well, but
mean,
if site work starts. Because if we add that as a pre-construction condition. Site work starts, he's then in violation of the order. The issue enforcement, stop work. Either way, it's gonna end up in DEP's hands or district court,
Well, I think in this case, it would be primarily.
this section. Yeah, but if we approve it and issue an order, and then, well, I guess if we issue an order. He could appeal that condition, and then that condition goes to district court.
And I think
Superior Court.
Still wanted.
No, but the bylaw stuff goes to district court first now.
What are you saying? The only thing I wanted to clarify too was that. I know it's only 5 feet, but I did bring it up in like my first staff comment. I don't know if that's something that. Wanted to pursue to move it 5 feet,
Not lot 2 or 1, I forgot.
lot 1.
Lot 1, yeah.
Is the one that we're
Yeah.
doing at the moment, like. To meet that 30-foot front setback. Because it could be essentially the limited impact could be. Moved up a little bit and then the building envelope reduced even further, but that's, I.
Building envelope, meaning to make a smaller house.
Well, either that, or I was just saying like the erosion controls could be closer to.
Oh, yeah.
I'd also like to point out, unfortunately, I'm not super familiar with this law, but I know Neil says it a lot, so about the applicant having left the room
I
and
was just gonna say that.
yeah, I don't think we
No,
can keep
we're-
talking.
He left in the middle of a hearing. We're still having the hearing, so,
Oh, and he's asked us to rule. so
yeah,
we're Discussing conditions.
he chose to leave an open hearing. That's on him.
Correct. For the record,
Okay.
yeah, that's left.
I mean, the record should note that he left
Right.
in a huff.
Right, I just made that comment, yeah, for the record, the applicant left the room at approximately 10 o'clock, a little before 10 o'clock, and he stated that they requested that we close both the lot 1 and lot 2 notice of intent hearings, and that he was not willing to continue either of those 2 hearings going forward. So the commission needs to decide how they want to respond. Do you want to condition some sort of notice of intent and approve them, or close the hearings and deny them? I think those are the premise.
Is it 5 foot on, we're talking about lot 1 right now?
Lot 1 is.
Is 5 foot on lot 1?
So currently, there's a 35-foot front setback. The requirement is a 30-foot.
Right, so I have 2 schools of thought. One, on half of my brain, the 5 foot doesn't matter. But on the other half of my brain, if we're referencing some pretty far down spec requirements in our bylaw for part of the project, we should probably also uphold the rest of it and not just pick and choose, although we have the ability to.
In other words, moving it farther away is a good point of trying.
It's in the interest of the act also. There's no.
To show that we have made an attempt to try to not just say no, but, or regulate it some way, but to say, if you move it further away, it's gonna be better. That's a minimal thing. You can do it by code. We're not asking for it again.
And I don't remember them saying there was any engineering reason for not being able to comply.
No, the guy that Steve was referencing that came in from the Goddard, I believe it was, I think stated that it could be done.
Yeah, they offered to in exchange for taking, not having to move it in exchange for taking tires out of the vernal pool.
Yeah.
Right.
The deal they offered us.
I do remember you saying. Okay, so it's the pleasure of the commission here. What do you guys want to do? Ladies,
So what would the next steps be if we condition that? Does he say no, or does he go and start work and then?
We have 2, well, we have 3 options.
Okay.
One option, deny it, full stop.
Mhm.
Second option is approve DEP, deny bylaw. And I'm not really sure how that works. He's gonna appeal it regardless, so that's just gonna go to district court. Or we approve them both and condition it to then have to comply with this, and then I think he's either gonna decide it's not worth the money to go to district court, it's worth spending $500 to just send some guy out there and do it. Or he'll take us to court.
Beginning to what Neil, not Neil, I'm sorry, don't brain dead. Steve had mentioned earlier, you know, and maybe this is a learning opportunity for me. I'm looking at it as, you know, trying to protect the vernal pool, right? And that was the reason I cared about the tree count and what's the total impact. If he's within, if a builder wants to build within 50 feet,
Here's the
they can
50
just
foot
build
vernal
anyway,
pool.
right? So
Can
he's
you
within that
jack this
100.
Up a little bit.
Did he mark the 100-foot buffer for the vernal pool?
I think it go, yeah, right here, right?
So
Here's the 100, here's the.
this
buffer
is
of the well.
50 from there to there. Another 50 to 100 puts you up in the house.
In the house.
Weird that that's not on the plan.
Now, this 100 is wetland buffer, but here's vernal pool, so there's 50, there's the
Just
next 50.
because this impacts what you're talking about, if you actually, well, I know you've read it, but if you read the 247 subsection 25 regarding the no disturb zone, it actually says that if wetlands encompass a vernal pool, the beginning of that is the edge of the wetlands, not the vernal pool.
yeah.
Therefore, putting the 50-foot right behind the deck. Right where the 50-foot wetlands are, not where the 50-foot vernal pool is.
I thought in that particular site, that location, I thought the vernal pool was the only wetlands area, that it was a hill basically down into the
No.
vernal pool. Was it wetlands there?
This is wetlands, this is vernal pool,
Okay, there wasn't yet there, okay. Been a
Okay.
while since I remember the site.
and
At the edge of wetland.
and 100-foot target. And here's.
So that pushes it up even further, yeah.
That was the comment I was.
Yeah, okay. Good.
I mean, I'm trying to find the teeth in this bylaw for me to base my decision on. And vernal pools and they're 100 their associated 100-foot buffer zone. And it goes on to a lot of
It's,
important to species, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's all important stuff, but the extreme edges of the vernal pool.
Neil, I got a quick question for you. The denial of a notice of intent, we can't just say no, we have to say a reason, correct?
Oh, and
Sure, you want to talk?
Yep.
In a
Yep.
minute. Okay, my apologies.
Good.
Go ahead, Neil.
given the history and temperament of the applicant, the denial would have to be very carefully crafted to survive both DEP and the courts. Because he's going, one thing, I believe his attorney helped us draft the bylaw, Jay Talon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
I mean, I can tell you DEP is going to issue a superseding order for this project. It is.
yeah, there's no reason,
It's
there's no
a
reason.
buffer zone project.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
our second, well,
we can correct
if I
it.
could go on for 1 second.
Sure.
If we do, I mean, if we choose to deny, we probably just need to deny as James offered up, just on the town bylaw. And approve the state. If we choose to go ahead and issue, we have the option of just crafting conditions that meet the bylaw rigorously. And
Doesn't
then
include a tree count.
exactly. And then he can fight about that in court. And I think that might be a tougher, he's at that point, he's fighting an approval, which is a tougher burden to overcome.
He has to make a decision whether it's worth the money to fight it or if it's worth.
Or to send somebody out there
Someone out there.
send somebody out there for a couple hours and count trees.
Right, so
It's gonna be like 20 trees, like. It's not gonna be a lot.
here's a question, in the bylaw, for the tree count portion of the, not bylaw, in the regulations of our bylaw. So can anybody find and say what it is that the tree count that we are entitled to require, and we're saying by denying them the waivers that we wanted him to do is for? Is it just?
It's a plan requirement.
We don't have to.
These are
Okay,
minimum.
that's what I'm asking. So if it's just a plan requirement, we don't have to give a reason, like, to show that, as Don was saying, that by cutting down all these trees, we could have a negative impact on the vernal pool in lot 1 and lot 2,
No, it's to give us a complete idea of the scope of work.
Okay.
Right now, he's just showing a parcel.
We
Nothing.
And we
might
also-
have, we might have to answer that in court.
Okay, we do have additional regulations that rely on the tree count, so.
And we have required the tree count from a lot of people over the
Yeah.
years.
The
So-
residents that we recently permitted, we required it, they just stayed out of the buffer zone as best as they
Well-
could, so they didn't have to
well-
count as much.
Welker Way off of Hartford Ave, we did an extensive tree count because we were concerned about the number and preserving trees. We've done counts to get locations and counts and to preserve
this-
tree cover for various habitat and other interests covered by the act.
Yeah, this forested wetland is completely adjacent to a very large priority habitat. for EDT.
Habitat,
EDT
cover.
Uses forested wetlands year round.
Right, so quick question then, in lot 1 in particular, if they are doing a tree count that we are going to condition as a part of, let's say, hypothetically an NOI approval as one of the orders of conditions, what would we specify that they are doing a tree count for? The entire lot? The lot,
No.
only areas.
Just within the
Wait,
explicit language.
wait. Yeah, but that says upland area. I thought
Upland
it's-
resource areas, that's the buffer zones.
But yeah.
Which in this case.
It's,
up to
it's
100
everything
foot
from the disturbance. So like the hay bales that they showed up to that 100-foot buffer zone.
Which overlaps the house, so obviously
Right.
those trees are coming
So
down.
basically, it's a
Yeah.
foot circle around the house and the
Are
driveway.
are the
Everything
hay
else
bales the
like
limit
that.
of work?
Um,
I'm
good
not sure
question.
that it really called out the limit of work on that plan.
The erosion control line?
Is,
No,
is
does it
the
say limit
erosion
of work?
control line the limit of work?
And well, better be.
It doesn't.
Well, but,
Is that the area that
But
shows
that is-
new lawn?
He
that's
talked
gonna be
about
put
it
in?
like it
Yeah.
was,
We
Well,
talked about
but-
it like.
So that becomes a
but
condition.
did he show it?
yeah, that becomes a condition,
Right. Erosion control is the limit.
is
from
the
what-
limit of work. And I think that gives us a pretty good compromise on the extent of buffer zone protection that we can get.
What about moving the house to 5 feet? Where do we end up?
Do we, Neil, that still is well within the 100 foot of the vernal pool buffer. By some 50 feet.
In that case, that lot's probably not buildable.
That's where my position, that would have been my answer, and the question I wanted to ask you, Mike and Hannah and others is, does our provision, and it's somewhat light reference to 100-foot buffer zone, give us the authority to deny this lot as unbuildable?
We have the ability to deny. Do we have the ability to win?
So
It's
let
unlikely.
me just read some language, and this happens to be what Bob mentioned. And this is relative to no disturbance zone. The commission may require that no activity be permitted within a designated number of feet from the delineated edge of the vernal pool. Or in the case of a wetland resource area that encompasses the pool, which is what we have here, within a designated number of feet from the delineated edge of said wetland resource area. In many cases, this no disturbance zone may extend for 50 feet. But it opens up as 100. So
It's my understanding that that might be
Is that-
more likely to not go as well in court for us.
Yeah,
So does that become 150 feet?
So the 100-foot buffer.
it becomes, come on, guys, you gotta let him build something. He bought the lot.
Yeah.
The courts are gonna grant him pretty wide latitude on that.
That's the ultimate question, not what do our bylaws say, but what can we actually do to protect this area, given what we think will happen?
Well, my thought to that is I'll vote with the bylaws, and if it fails in courts, there's the evidence to go back to town meeting and change the bylaw.
Correct, and what damage gets done to the bylaw in the meantime, what collateral damage.
Right.
So we
Because
need
then
to.
we're
we
not arguing theory, we're arguing fact.
Right, and I think approving the NOI and crafting pretty rigorous conditions. I think, like they said, I think he's gonna have a harder time arguing the conditions.
Right,
As
so
long
we
as
need
they're
to-
as long as they're reasonable, we're letting him build the house, we're letting him have a backyard, but we're also protecting
Oh,
the
okay.
resource areas to the best of our ability, while finding a compromise between his interest to build a house and our interest to protect the resource areas. So I think if we can craft that line, if we can find that line, I think we're better on legal footing.
In my experience.
And trust me, nothing would make me
asked us-
happier than denying. But just on principle.
When these types of things go past commissions and they go either to the court system or DEP, the threshold that both of those entities look for are twofold. One, does it fit the language of the regulation? And if so, also, is it in the interest of the act or in the interest of protecting the resource areas in the case of the bylaw? And I think if we condition it the way Neil and I have said, both of those hold up pretty strongly.
So moved.
Yeah, and then he can go to court, but like I said, I think he's gonna have a much harder time with that than he would with an outright denial.
And he
Especially with
may-
Hannah's amazing writing.
And
Exactly.
he
Need a
may,
little bit of clarification on those conditions.
Yeah, and
before
what-
it's written.
okay, let's, wait a minute, let me just say, it's 10:15.
Yeah.
We have to draft this tonight because we don't have 21 days
Yes,
to begin before the clock expires. As Hannah pointed out, for anything that we're doing tonight, we still have a bunch of stuff on the agenda.
we don't have to write the order tonight, Mike.
No, we just have to.
If there's
vote
any
on the
specific
conditions.
conditions.
If there's anything that the commission wants to make for these carefully crafted conditions, I think tonight is the best time, especially if we're speaking a bunch of.
I
them.
mean, I think we can talk about them generally, like.
We don't
what we're
have to make them,
expecting, but then,
we don't have to make them in a hearing.
yeah, we can send stuff to Hannah
You
individually.
can send stuff individually,
It
can't
can't be
questioning.
discussed.
I think
What's
we
that?
should, I
It
think,
can't be
I think we should
discussed.
vote on the big, we should mention the big two. So like I wrote them down. The big two are, I guess I'll make the motion. Just so we can.
Wait, hold on.
Do our
Let me
first.
tell
Yeah, so
you
the two are
about,
The two are the trees.
Yeah.
One's the trees and the second is that ENS controls is the limit of work. Because it wasn't.
and
written
I'll say
that way.
piggybacking off the trees, section 247.23 and its requirements.
Of the local bylaws.
Yeah,
Okay. Just be clear when we said a number like that. 'cause you-
24723.
Okay. So,
So we're not addressing the entry of the 100 foot from the vernal pool.
I think that's a tough.
I mean, to me,
the
from the
language is
plan,
so
it
vague.
looks like it's out, it looks like they're about the same. Cause the 100-foot seems to be like, I think that might have been like wrong in CAD.
The 100 foot from what? The vernal pool or the wetland?
There's no-
The wetland,
Yeah.
like
It's
if you
not-
look at
it's not
this,
shown. It's not shown. It would be in the middle of the house.
the 100 foot from the wetland is the far side of the house, the 100 foot from the vernal pool will be in the middle of the house roughly, that's fine, we all are fine with that. Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, if they are, if they win in court, Lou wins in court, but whether we deny or we say yes to the notice of intent and here are the conditions, if he appeals in court and so forth, and he wins, they, then basically, if I understand, superseding order of conditions would go into place by DEP or, I don't know, the local court, circuit court, or whatever would have to say.
I don't think this would even go to DEP.
no, we would get a chance to revise our bylaws.
No, what I'm concerned about is, if I understand right, in a case like this, the applicant wins, they can basically do whatever they want to on the site.
No,
No,
Sort of, not, they can't clear cut the site and burn it down, I don't mean that, but
No,
basically, we lose the right at that point in time to
Condition?
subsequently condition anything else on that site, correct?
No.
No. no,
Okay.
the wetland protection, if we approve the state, we have to approve the state. He hasn't done anything to not get a state permit.
Right.
Right.
That's not even up for discussion. He gets a
Right.
state permit.
Right,
The issue there would be the court would throw it back to us, or they would rewrite the order. He'd still be subject to the WPA, and he would still be subject to probably most of our bylaw regulations, but you don't know what's gonna happen. And again, the damage it's gonna do to the bylaw and to interests, other interests that wanna see the bylaw gutted like a fish, could be dramatic. And I just don't think we should open that door unnecessarily for one house lot. I mean, let's put this in perspective. This is one house lot. We got a long way to go with what's going on down the street.
Yeah, but if we say you don't have to do this for this lot. Like Pam said, we're setting a precedent.
Correct. No, we
For
need
any
to
lot.
say,
Oh, yeah.
we need to say, no, we we need to say, we need to stick to our guns and have him do what the bylaw says, but I think we need to
I
craft.
just want a
it.
clarification, because it's been a long time since we haven't won something.
We've
and
got 21 days to do it.
Just,
All right, can we close this?
but let me ask Hannah, who's gonna be doing all the hard work here out behind the scenes that we could send comments to.
Look at her
What
face.
else would you like to hear from?
I think she just visually submitted her 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, you're not seeing it, right, because you're too far away on the camera. Hannah, what would you like to hear from us tonight?
Clear condition.
Yeah, clear conditions, if we're conditioning any movement, anything, I mean, I know you stated that erosion control is limited work, I thought that's kind of what we were basing it off, the decision off of anyways, so.
No,
Well,
but on the,
it-
but on the
how
plan,
that-
but on the plan, it wasn't marked limited.
Right, but so that doesn't change where the limit of work is proposed, right?
No, but the
We're just
plan,
stating
the
as a
plan is
condition.
Okay,
the plan is unclear as to if the erosion control barrier is the limit of work.
So we're making it.
So we need to condition that it is.
Okay,
Yes.
That's one point.
and,
Okay.
and you would like to leave it where it is?
I think we should move it.
It's, yeah, move it
The
5
house, you
feet.
mean, or the
The
erosion?
house
Move it 5
is
feet
the-
up.
the
Is that
subsequent,
reference in here?
what?
I don't think we should
35
mess with
feet.
the
35 feet
distance
is
because
because-
that could be another bylaw we're not familiar with.
This isn't a part of the bylaws, this is not a part of any bylaws,
That's
this
WPA.
is on, no, this is on the plan. There's a 35-foot frontage from the roadway,
Right.
right, and the zoning classification requirements that are listed on here say front yard setback 30 feet.
There you go.
Oh, so you're
So it
saying
can be
we,
moved closer to the roadway and
Most.
still.
So the
meet
house-
other
the
zoning
house gets
requirements.
moved.
They don't have to request a zoning.
Yeah, but what if
the word
there's like a
agricultural?
zoning bylaw that
Agricultural.
requires like 2 parking spots and like he plans to have them parked back to back and the cars are like, 17 feet long.
my
In
concern,
the interest of minimizing the footprint within the 100-foot, which was.
we'd have to argue, we'd have to say it with that reference, because I don't think we could successfully argue a zoning requirement.
Right, that they would need to get a zoning buffer, yeah, I'm not even saying, yeah, even.
It may,
they-
it may affect, moving the house might affect, the location and design of the septic system.
They haven't gotten Board of Health approval for the septic. either.
Really?
Yes,
No.
that has not.
Oh.
they haven't-
So we're doing this to get a
Wait a
building
minute.
lot so we can sell it.
Wait, we
the-
can't issue anyway.
Well, it could be issued, but that would just be a condition. That Board of Health approval would be necessary for the
Our condition or?
septic system. Yes, our condition. Yeah, that was
And
something I
any
was gonna. include
deviation
in
of
there
the
because it
septic
hasn't
system
been-
from what is represented on the approved plan.
Yeah, because we,
The new NOI.
Right, but it's, well, because it's not in the jurisdictional.
No, I'm
area.
saying if,
Yes.
if the, whatever comes from the house that is in 100 foot, if that then connect, well, no, it's coming from the front edge. But if the
Prior
septic
to
comes
start
out the
of work,
side,
we need the full approved plan set from all
right,
departments.
and we always require that.
Yeah,
It doesn't hurt to state it here.
I mean, he's probably gonna clear the lot well before it's sold.
prior to start of work. Prior to any clearing or grubbing, site grading, groundbreaking, etc.
Okay, that's good. Other conditions?
We get a set of footage for the vernal pool.
Like to demarcate it.
No, there's a limit of work
Oh,
beyond. Wow.
he's what, probably 30 feet from the tip of that vernal pool.
Given his current limit of work is 50 already, where he's showing, right there. There's the 50 vernal pool. Are we gonna, if he's moving the house up 5,
I think the
Oh.
50 is, I mean, it's,
is
I
the
think
best
it's,
we're gonna get?
I think it's reasonable.
Wouldn't even
That's
think of
what's
it
specifically
5.
referenced in the bylaw. Yes,
I think,
50 is normal.
I think we try to go for 100 nowadays. Because it's not clear enough in the bylaw. So I think down the road, that's one of the things I've mentioned. to hand out to open space. Visit certain sections of the bylaws. I'm sorry, the regulations of the bylaw and say, this needs to be tightened up, this needs to be clarified, based on things we've come across like this, where it's 50 versus 100, and it's not clear whether it's one of the, or 5,000 square feet of IVW can be disturbed. You have to request a variance. Well, what about if it's 10,000? Can we say, no, you don't want to do more than 10,000? Yes,
I'm sorry, I have a clarifying question.
yeah,
Within the 310 CMR 10.57, it says that the vernal pool habitat extends 100 feet outside the
Right.
demarcation of the vernal pool.
That's interior. If it's within a bordering vegetated wetland, that 100 foot extends to the edge of wherever that bordering vegetated wetland is. Vernal pool isn't really protected outside of a wetland unless it's in riverfront, which is also still a resource area. So any upland areas associated with vernal pools aren't really protected in the interest of the act.
Okay.
This is only
This-
to
That's
the
over my
bylaw.
But that was in the that's in the DEP.
Right,
CMR.
the 100 foot extends within the BBW. So if there's a vernal pool
Got it.
inferior of a BBW, that 100 foot associated with the vernal pool,
Okay.
that habitat is protected within 100 feet of the BBW or other resource area like a riverfront area, but otherwise it's not protected.
so even though this vernal pool sits within a wetlands,
Well, it is.
yeah, maybe.
And the interests of the act protect the vernal pool resource area functions, so like the habitat functions up to the edge of the wetland, but it doesn't extend past that.
But doesn't that
Wetlands
support
Protection
what
Act.
Steve was saying? The house is within that 100 foot.
No,
Well,
because
but-
that, the alteration of that doesn't affect the function of.
It's in upland.
Okay, because it doesn't affect the, okay.
Because it's
okay.
in upland, it's not in wetland.
Yep. Yep, okay, thank you.
All right.
All right,
It's written very confusingly on purpose.
yeah, I'm.
I put in the portal, there's like a Matt, it's a little easier to see when you see it visually. Matt Burns did a good like lunch and learn talk on it, that's in
Profile
MACC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I shared that in the portal a couple weeks back, and that has some good references to visually see it.
Find a
I know.
previous hearing, a couple of hearings ago, a couple of events ago. All right, any other conditions that we think of for lot one? Neil or Ariane, speak up if you got any.
Not right now, but if I think of some, I'll send you an email,
Okay.
Hannah.
Yeah, I,
Permanent boundary markers.
Permanent boundary.
permanent boundary markers and then,
Fertilizer.
yep, conditions about treatment, fertilizer.
Well, when you say permanent boundary markers, you meaning signage along the wetlands?
Along the 50-foot buffer associated. with the-
Yeah, absolutely, given all the tires and everything that were thrown in there, yeah, absolutely.
Would that be just include like the four permanent boundary markers, would that just be at the vernal pool buffer, or would that be along the 25-foot buffer? Would that be along would you want like a
We can do a lot of the erosion.
Yeah, it should be right along the erosion
so
barrier,
like
which
split
is.
rail fence along the erosion
Yeah,
control?
that's what we usually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we usually do.
Right behind the rock wall.
Yeah,
Can't imagine us or any future commissioners approving a project of this future homeowner to extend past that anyway, so I think that would be a good.
well, it goes down
Yeah.
immediately anyway. And then, yeah, restrictive, I don't know how you word it, but restricted use of fertilizer or
Fertilizer,
So
herbicide.
That's,
herbicides.
that's in the.
There should be some specific verbiage, right?
Yeah, good luck with enforcing that one.
No, I
Yeah.
know, but at least we
Got it right.
can,
Put it in writing.
Yep.
All right,
If we drive by and we see a real green lawn,
and did anybody already stick in there, Anna, you probably haven't, that we are asking for the tree count as part of the lot requirements?
Yes, so asking for the tree count and requiring that be put on a plan that we
Yep.
see before, not just like giving numbers, but having them located on the plan set.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Not that we have to do anything with that particular information that's provided, but since it works a requirement and the commission wants to have that information in the end, they have the right to ask for that. And
I was just so surprised that was the line in the sand.
Eh,
I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's typical.
Give me a break.
all right, anything else on lot one? Which I suspect will be very similar, but not the same as lot two, because we don't have some of the same positions like vernal
Right.
pool and signage and. Whatever. Okay, If no one has any other comments, we'll,
Take a vote.
we have to do something with
And to
the
clarify, it's not being moved at all, right? We're just keeping it where it is. I thought we
The
were
house?
saying-
Decided to move it.
Oh, we did decide to move it? Okay.
we think we have. the
Oh,
right-
wait,
That
No,
was,
'cause that's a zoning
that came
thing.
up
No,
and then
no.
it went to,
Because it's
well, it's not
zoning.
a zoning thing.
I
It's
thought
like
it was-
minimizing the.
Minimizing the
oh,
impact.
yeah,
of
we have to write it.
Okay.
So we are moving the house 5 feet further to the road, close to the road, in order to minimize the impact on the resource area, vernal pool,
Correct.
as per,
Upland resource.
as, upland resource, as permitted by the zoning, our agricultural areas, they can't spell right, of 30-foot frontage. Okay, thank you. The so we're voting to close and issue an order of condition, vote, close, approve, and issue an order of conditions to go with this notice of intent for lot 1. And
So moved.
if that's clear
Nope,
enough.
already moved it.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear for the motion for the.
Yep.
Okay, and I've already seconded it. Any other discussion, any other clarification? Do we think we're good for this? You're gonna send any additional comments along to Hannah?
Aye.
Hannah, do you need,
I
while
think
we're
I
all
got
here,
it.
do you need clarification or?
Nope, I think I got it.
Okay, all right, so we have a vote from Ariane, yes, Neil?
Yes.
Tim? Don?
Yes.
Steve?
Yeah.
James?
Aye.
Mike, on it. Okay, unanimous vote approval of notice of intent for the NR.
Well done. folks.
With
That
order of
was-
conditions as.
I think that's only one.
Yeah, now we're gonna open the continued hearing for notice of intent for.
Um,
lot.
Can we open it without?
I'm
No,
not-
we can't. He's not he's not here.
Right, even though we've had a request by the applicant, legally, we believe we were correct to continue the hearing, which is already open for lot 1, but since the applicant is not here.
He's not here at the start of this hearing,
Right.
So we'll have to continue it to.
but he hasn't
maybe-
requested it. He specifically requested that we not continue.
Yeah, so
Right.
we have to vote to
I don't think,
issue or deny.
I don't think we can do that because you have to open it in order to vote the condition or deny, and I don't think.
It's not in the foyer.
Pretty sure I heard the door slam,
Yeah, no, I heard that too.
We'll check. I think the safest thing to do without any legal representation here is to continue it regardless, irregardless, whatever.
We can do that.
Well, no,
We're
I
not
mean,
meeting for another 30
Oh,
minutes.
right.
And he requested that we close it.
right, but leave it in limbo and not do anything is the only other thing I can think of, because I don't think you can open it. I think that that's a pretty flat, you can't do that without the applicant in the
Well,
room.
doesn't it need to be open to be closed? And he requested to close the hearing?
Yeah,
You have to open it, you have to open it to continue it. But
Right.
we can't have any
Means-
we can't have discussions without the applicant present, can we?
or his
I don't even know if
representative
you
was
can
also
open the
not here.
hearing. I believe we've had very few cases here, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that remembers, but.
Would you like me to give Rob a call?
Yeah.
Sure, if you can reach him. If, have we had 1 or 2 cases where the applicant has not shown up? And we've wanted to continue it, but we can't because the applicant didn't show up. It's rare that an applicant doesn't show up the day of a meeting. But I think if they have, we've had to be pretty clear that.
Well, but how
we
can
can't-
you, yeah, but how can you rule?
No, I think that we've
Yeah.
had a couple where applicants didn't show up and we continued it.
Right, but we assumed that the applicant would agree to a continuation, and generally they had, because we never had any bounce back from that, I don't think.
Public hearings may be continued as follows, without the consent of the applicant, which we have the consent, so we. With the consent of the applicant to an agreed upon date, which shall be announced at the hearing, or with the consent of the applicant for a period not to exceed 21 days after the submission of a specified piece of information. We have all the information we need, we have the consent of the applicant.
To open and close
Or
the
we're saying
hearing.
we do not have the consent of the applicant because he requested that we close it, not continue.
Correct, I don't think we have permission to continue it from the applicant at all, so the question is, only, does it say anything about we can open and close it?
21 days of receipt.
Does the 21 days, is that after all the bullets or is that part of the last bullet?
What do you mean bullet?
Like
And the way it's
If
written.
a list of things Is it only applicable to the last thing on the list?
No, that's how long you can't be continued for more than 21 days.
At which point in time, what happens, Neil, do you remember?
What?
If we don't rule within 21 days, what happens to this
Goes to
particular notice of
DEP
intent?
and they'll
Then it's
issue-
approved, then they get it. Then they get a permit.
Without any conditions. that
As
we
it
want to have.
stands. Correct.
But I don't think we can open it without the applicant here. I think it's flat out violating of open meeting law, and it would be invalid. And I'm a little concerned that the whole thing we just went through with lot one, once he walked out of the room, as much as we made a point of record that he voluntarily walked out of the room, I think that same thing might be potentially, whether it's town council that says it, or DEP, or Lou if he takes it to court. I'm not sure.
Well, this is being recorded.
If that's what I'm stating, this for the record.
Yeah,
so
it's going
you
to
know,
court.
Yeah,
They
so I'm
always
not
do.
positive that we're good for lot one stuff, but we'll see. We'll have to get town council to review the minutes and see what they think.
I'm pretty positive.
Optimistic, positive,
You just.
glass half full, half empty. I know people think glass dirty, cracked, and half empty.
When applicants.
Well, in that
when
case, he
applic-
specifically asked us to close and vote, so
So take your best.
make sure
shot.
that's in the minutes.
That was during a hearing on lot one.
Right,
Yeah.
so lot two is different because lot two was not open at the same time, and so.
Did he
we-
specifically mention lot 2 during lot 1?
Did he specifically mention
I'm
lot two?
pretty sure he said for both.
He said for
I didn't
both.
hear that.
Close them both. I
Yeah,
don't issue your orders. He said to both, but whether he says we can do it or not, and he's not in the room. Is my question. I don't know legally whether his saying, go ahead, do whatever you want. Close them, whatever. He's saying he gives us permission to close it. And issue an
No,
order.
he was very clear on what he wanted. I think you're just having,
I'm having the number one stopping thing for which I was told by, I believe it was our. Beth Cornell's, or maybe it was town council at one point in time too. You can't discuss or any part of a hearing without an applicant being present. So
I think you're just
opening a
doubting
hearing, you
yourself
just-
on lot
we're not-
1.
We're not
On lot
discussing
2,
anything.
I don't
Closing
remember
it
him
and-
saying vote on lot 2, so let's not.
that's under the open meeting law or?
I don't know.
But so my thoughts are, the order of conditions part of the public hearing section of the WPA. Says that within 21 days of the close of a public hearing, him saying he will not entertain a continuance is him saying close the hearing. So we cannot continue, which means we have to close it, and we have to issue an order within 21 days of closing it, which would be today. We have to issue it within 21 days of today. We're not meeting again until 30 days from today.
Correct.
So, but his rejecting a continuance
We
puts
have
you in
no-
either approve or deny.
Yeah, we have no other option other than to issue an order or deny it.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not any of that. I agree, once you've made the first hurdle passed, which is, do we legally have the right to open a hearing which has not yet been opened in a public meeting without the applicant being present?
But you can't do what he asked us to do.
I understand that part of it, but
Rob said that that's what he would do, because the hearing itself opened and because it's coming off of a continuance, there's no other way to do it. So it needs to be
open it.
opened and then, not have additional discussion, really close it, issue.
He also has an appeal period after the order is issued, so.
So Rob's opinion is that we need to open it
Yep.
and
Open it,
have the hearing
then-
and vote?
Well, open the hearing and then immediately close it. And then
No discussion.
issue, no discussion, issue a decision.
and an order of conditions which cannot have discussion about it. So
Well,
But we can all send our comments separately.
right.
Yes.
We just can't discuss it.
There's a lot of commissions also that commonly, we don't do this, but when some people continue and they're still on the agenda. Some commissions will open and close the meeting. Because they're on the hearing agenda. They don't discuss it at all, but the applicant's not here because they requested a continuance. I think it's very similar, except we're closing it and then voting to issue it or deny it because he's requested no longer to continue.
So they go through the formality of it.
So, yeah, we've done that multiple times for request for continuations.
You
So-
have to you have,
Which-
if
Yeah.
you
which
have
we
to open the
now.
hearing, you have to open the hearing to have the
Okay.
continuance.
All
So
right,
you
well,
have
we're
to
either-
open.
Either we're gonna be in violation or not, we'll find out from legal counsel after the fact whether doing this right and Rob's right and whatever, but we gotta do something, so I'm going to accept a motion to, or not accept, a motion. I'm going to open the hearing of the notice of intent for A&R Lot 2, Blackstone Street, map 62, Lot 1, construction of a single-family home with grading in the 100-foot buffer zone to BVW. Louis Petrosi is the applicant. The applicant is not present. The applicant has requested for the record that we close and issue an order of decision on this hearing. And he was not going to remain present at the meeting. So we are going to close this hearing and then issue an order and make a decision and
I'm gonna move to close the public hearing.
that's what?
I'm gonna move to close the public hearing.
So
Square one.
we have a motion to close the public hearing,
Wait, but are we voting on a,
just to close the
decision?
hearing.
Motion to close the hearing.
Seconded.
Yeah, but whoa.
Wait. Go ahead, Neil.
Close the hearing and what?
We don't have to do both at the same time every time.
Yes, we do.
No, we do not.
Wait a minute, if the hearing is closed, we're not supposed to discuss it anymore or do anything.
If the hearing's closed, we
Already
can't
discussed
vote.
the condition.
They
We're
vote on-
we're voting.
If the hearing is
Issue.
closed, we can't vote on issuing an order.
Okay, that's where you and James are disagreeing right now.
I've seen
Neil.
it both ways.
We have never done that in 24 years.
All right,
Okay,
well,
all right,
let's do it
let's-
in one vote.
Let's do it as one vote, so let's be clear. Okay, so back to the point of discussion, we had a motion from
I
James.
rescind my motion.
And the second, what's the second on that?
I
Don,
rescind my
your
second.
Okay, so we had that motion withdrawn. Okay, so I will accept the motion. Neil, do you want to make it? Because we gotta get the second part right about how we're going to,
I can do it if you
Vote.
want.
or James can offer it out, you can second.
I
it if you
move,
like.
no, I move, we close the hearing and issue an order.
Does issuing an order indicate that we've already voted to approve it? Because if you deny, you won't issue an order.
The motion is
The
to approve.
motion, and then if it doesn't pass the motion, it's denied.
Okay, so by default, it's
Right.
not passed. If we don't vote to do that, then we're denying it, basically. Okay. Okay, that's clear.
so moved.
All right, so we have a second from Marianne. Any other discussion on that? Is it clear for the record? I hope. Wait a minute, let me make sure the record keeper.
This is a approval or denial or what's happening.
Issue an order.
By
Approve.
issuing an order.
To approve?
Issue an order to approve.
Right, okay,
that
thank
was-
you.
That was the clarification that I
So we're in
needed.
issue.
With similar conditions.
conditions.
Yeah.
Approve with.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to close the hearing and issue an order of condition, approval with an order of conditions. And any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, seeing none. James,
Aye.
Neil,
Aye.
Neil,
Aye.
Ariane,
Aye.
Steve, Don,
Aye.
Pam,
No,
I can't hear you, what?
no.
No, okay, and Mike, aye. So we have a 6-1 vote. And
Good job, Pam.
Okay. All right, so we have enough information, Hannah, for you to understand what the order of conditions are, we hope, that means closed.
Well, and we can email her.
Yes, you can
We
send me,
just-
Hannah,
we're
additional
discussing it, right.
things, or I just sending this again, making sure you got it the first time in the meeting. If you didn't, I'm throwing it again, whatever. And she'll be happy to receive all that. And then, okay, so we're gonna see something that we have to sign off on, correct? Dot loop or
Do
whatever.
we wanna do the resident concerns first?
Resident concern-
You
well,
want to continue the one that's getting continued?
Mhm.
Next topic,
Hold on, the
please.
One more.
Second Street that's getting
One more.
continued. Yep, there's still one more.
Yes,
Agenda.
okay, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
that was one of the ones I meant.
That
to
one was
consider.
under my computer.
And Rob was going to be here for this, Neil, but, because I know you were aggravated, as we all are, about this particular continuation process for this.
It's going wrong.
Apparently, they have just received some peer review for this project at 123 Main Street. Let me open it first. Opening the hearing for a notice of intent, continued hearing 123 Mendon Street, commercial redevelopment within riverfront underfoot buffer zone to BBW. DC Pavona Enterprises is the applicant, William Ellising Land Planning is the representative. They have requested a continuation to June 11th. The new news is, Hannah, why don't you summarize it? You better do a better job than me.
Just that there's really no news on our end. They got some feedback from planning peer review, so that's finally.
Just,
moving. Yes, so that's moving now.
right, so it's, they've been held up on peer review due to some issues on their end, and that's now moving forward again. That's great to hear. So we.
Close and continue to our next scheduled hearing.
We want to continue to the next year. Okay, you said, I don't usually hear the word closer. Okay, so we have a motion from James to continue the.
Seconded.
Let's keep this rolling.
To the second, okay, to the June 11th at 7 p.m. Okay, we've done seconded. Any other comments, questions? Good. Pam. Ariane,
Aye.
Neil,
No,
okay, Don,
Hi.
Steve, James, Mike, okay. All right, now we'll go on to other business. Hannah, take it in whatever order you'd like.
I'm leaving.
Do we want to?
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night.
You didn't even have to say it. You could just stay online. We think you were still there just being quiet.
We just hear him snore instead of.
And he's gone.
He's gotta go to work early.
Do we want to?
Why don't we do the resignation?
Yeah, we wanna
do
Yes.
resignations first.
I might have to leave soon too. I have a sampling on the Cape tomorrow morning.
I know I have three things. I'll just go over one if it would please the commission. And
Sure.
I think I'll continue the other.
You hung in there, so you got areas.
So I just wanted to bring up the potential protocolization of applicant requests for schedule changes or continuances, just because as you can see, lately, there have been a large showing of invested members of the community to these commission meetings. And, you know, while it is our right to be here, it's also comes at a cost because some of us, myself included, have children, have jobs. Some of us don't work 9-to-5 jobs and have to actually take time off of work or maybe even turn down overtime opportunities. And all of these things actually add up to monetary and financial burdens on the greater community. So when continuances or last minute schedule changes are proposed by applicants, it actually can have a significant impact on the residents of the community. Now, let's say I sent an email to Hannah. She may or may not have distributed it to you. I just saw it. I went over some potential financial impacts of community members just based on averages of costs as well as lost opportunity cost to residents, which if you read it, sums to a significant amount of lost opportunity.
I sorry to point out, but I want to make sure that you heard from Hannah and that the commission knows that you heard from Hannah. This very likely is regulated by the state, I'm gonna guess, and that the applicants have the right to do it up to whatever, with or without any requirement. So even if the town, and I agree, your concern is valid, because I'd be ticked off and hate to either lose money or just even the time wasted of showing up, and I've seen people walk out frustrated because the applicant didn't ask for continuation, they were here, what? And, especially if it's been later on in the hearing process, they've been sitting here at the meeting for an hour. So I understand all that frustration and so forth. And I think it's also valid for other boards too, because I've been sitting at other board meetings where that kind of thing has happened here in town. But if it is a state requirement or controlled thing, and we have no purview, say we can make whatever we want, but they can still turn around and say, no, we don't care what you say in town. The state says I can do this, then we may not have any leg to stand on. The town council will have to tell us that.
Yeah, I did cite some regulations which appear to be rather ambiguous, so potentially.
What a surprise, ambiguous regulation.
So could potentially, and I'm not an attorney, not
I hear
anything, just a concerned member of the community. And you can look at this, engage town council however you will. I just wanted to present this in a public forum.
No, I hear you. Thank you. Okay.
I appreciate it, but my concern is It sounds like you're asking us to basically amend the bylaws, which is a process.
I'm not sure
And-
what the process would be, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just merely stating what, you know, I and many other members of the community who have actually gotten their signatures on this very email that I sent to Hannah, and I'm happy to share those with you, that we've all, just feel extremely frustrated by this, and just the mere fact of you guys acknowledging it is helpful to us.
Yeah, and like, we've been frustrated by it too, but I'm wondering if it's something we could maybe incorporate into a more easily enforceable guidance document on the website as opposed to a bylaw.
Yeah.
But if
Well,
it's not,
And I
then
think you can
maybe it would
enforce
be
it if
something you
it's-
could work towards.
I have thoughts.
I have concerns.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
one, I do think that the argument would be that even if you can't be here in person, you still are gonna have your thoughts heard. I mean, when you email stuff to Hannah, it does get to us and we read it and consider it. So even if someone can't make it to the meeting, like the financial cost argument doesn't fully hold weight when you say like, there are other avenues that you can talk to people. The reason that I don't necessarily like this is it says there's an exception for emergent causes which could not have been anticipated. I am worried that this may have the effect on some homeowners of making us seem less approachable and making them seem worried if something comes up, that they need to explain the emergent circumstances to us, and I don't want that to ever be the case. You know, we have had applicants come in here where English is not their first language and they're concerned about the things we're saying. I don't want us to, I understand why you are all frustrated in this circumstance, but I think it would be very short-sighted to just implement a blanket rule like that.
Well, I'm gonna, let me just, number one, we're here mostly to hear your concerns and not so much get into debate and discussion. The other thing is, I'd suggest you talk to the selectmen because this is a town-wide problem. This is not just a conservation commission.
Yeah.
And any change in town policy would be probably driven by the selectmen, the select board, to do anyway for all the boards in town. And they would say, every board in town, this is what the policy is. Again, and they can check with town council / the state or any other regulations first before we stick our foot out as Bellingham, not just the Conservation Commission. And so I think it should be broader and therefore take away the whole burden, whether it's on the town Conservation Commission or planning board or anybody else to be the board that does this when all the other boards don't. And it's like also, you don't have to do this if you go to this board, but you do it. So consistency. Okay, so while I don't want to cut things short, I just want to keep things moving along and.
I wanted to offer.
Good, Rob. Good, Steve.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Bob, thanks for it. I read it, did the math. I didn't agree with much. Reality of life is when you get in public governance, which is what you're doing, it's unpredictable, it's time draining, it's frustrating, such is life.
Yeah.
I have kids. I came to these meetings, my wife stayed home. That's the way it
Yeah,
is.
but there's something to say about that.
Well, those are the decisions you gotta make, Ariane. You can't have it all.
Well, I mean, why do you think that all the people who are retired are running everybody's life at the town? Because they're the only ones who have time.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know some retired people that are busier than ever. Anyway, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not even retired.
I'll say, I think the rest of the commission will agree, there's very limited things we can actually do to require an applicant to submit scheduling change requests at a specific time. We're limited by state law, our own bylaw. We can't be inconsistent with the state act. And there's no mechanism for us to be punitive towards an applicant that say, well, they don't care that this is a guidance or requirement. There's not much we can do if they just say, oh, well, because there's nothing in the act that allows us to then be punitive towards them for that. They could then just say, well, we don't want to continue then, so make a decision like we had tonight, and then we're stuck between a rock and a hard place of, do we issue it with little information? Or do we deny it and then chance it going to the regulatory agency at the state that'll probably just approve it as is? And then we have little to no, that you guys have little to know. So I understand the frustration, but there's very little we can do that's actually substantive.
I would actually like to take it further to the point where if you don't submit documentation 1 week before the meeting, it doesn't get reviewed.
And we've done that. We've had.
I'd like to see
Get up a
that.
day or two ahead of time and say,
Right.
here it is, and Hannah forwards it to us, and we say during the meeting, guess what, we got this too short of notice, we're not gonna talk about this stuff at all. And the applicant generally doesn't push back too much, because they know they were in the wrong, they're supposed to get at least a week or 10 days in advance, it used to be 10 days. Now, you know, a week, I think it's.
Hannah knows she's fighting up as the applicant is, especially, let's say they're waiting on a peer review response. That may only come in hours before the meeting.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't come in, there's no point in having a meeting. So,
Yeah, and I do state, or not state, rather suggest, something like that, on bullet 3, where I say, something to that effect, but also saying that continued hearings may be postponed until the hearing subsequent to the next, so essentially 4 weeks later in a typical, meeting schedule, unless the applicant is able to provide presentable material at least 7 days prior to the next meeting.
Yeah, but then that gets into like,
And-
if we continue the meeting to that subsequent meeting, we can't then go back and say, oh, never mind, he got it, and then put it back on the earlier schedule. Because then that would also mess with people, and then that would be a violation of the open meeting law.
my suggestion, Bob, to pick up on Mike's, where this is a problem that affects all boards, try and get it on the warrant.
Okay.
The town meeting, get up, state your case, see if you can get
Yeah,
them.
that's where it's enforceable. Once it's past the warrant in a bylaw, that's where it's actually enforceable.
Just as
Also, come to our
problematic on the
meetings,
planning
even
board.
if they're not on the meeting schedule or agenda.
Also, these meetings are posted on YouTube the next day.
I've been watching them on YouTube the next day or, on the live stream. for folks here.
You're in.
Typically,
Sometimes not the next day if we have.
No, but
technical
it's-
issues, and I
it's
don't
very-
think about it, and then it has to be
It's
taken
usually-
off the back.
yeah, usually within 24 to 7.
You get on YouTube.
It's not
It's as,
easy to parse
it's as
everything.
fast as we
Wait-
physically.
Wait a minute, let me be clear on this. So we, the Conservation Commission, sitting in this room, are on YouTube within a couple days.
Yeah.
My grandson's gonna be thrilled because YouTube is his favorite channel, he's 5 years old. He's gonna get.
See that we're not Mr. Beast, and it's gonna be like boring.
No,
never
no,
mind.
yeah.
We get on quicker than the select board.
One last comment, Bob. Your frustrations, the reality is, are short-lived. Because you're really only here for one project.
Not necessarily, maybe.
You can ask Hannah how many emails I sent her.
Yeah, well, let me see. Okay,
Once this job is resolved, be it. I mean, you're not coming up to the meetings for the north end of town.
Thanks so much.
Not yet.
obviously, Bill.
That might change. but-
Let me ask you to go ahead and cover a couple of your other concerns while we can here.
One of them was just, regarding the no disturb zone surrounding vernal pools, and if they're in public lands, are those areas able to be publicly marked just to essentially improve education of those areas? It'll also promote, people to.
Awareness, yeah.
Yeah, awareness.
Yeah, I mean, they're physically able to, the problem is the cost that's involved, so I looked at this today.
Yeah.
We have 1,200 acres of land held in conservation in the town of Bellingham. Let's assume each one of those parcels has wetland or resource area or vernal pool that we want to demarcate. A delineation by itself, just to delineate the actual resource area, is like $2 per linear foot. So we're talking tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars for a consultant to go out there and do that. Not that it wouldn't be valuable. I agree with you that it 100% would be valuable. Problem is we have a limited working budget that we can actually do things with. I don't think that would be the best use of our funds.
However, if some residents in town who are interested in that would like to look into funding, there's all sorts of money flowing around for grants and other things.
Mhm.
You could get a grant potentially to come out and have somebody do that kind of thing Potentially, I'm saying, I'm not saying. I'm not.
I'm like, as soon as we open grants, that's like a whole, grant
That's why I
writing
said
is like
if
a
some,
whole job.
no,
so-
that's why I said if some resident in town is interested in doing that, they can look into that.
I'll say this, it's public land held in conservation, or a lot of it's for recreation too. If a member of the public wants to, on their own whim, mark out resource areas that they, I guess, are qualified to demarcate, I don't think anyone on this board would say, don't do that.
Right. And I think part of, I mean, we just want to be able to get land identified as open space that's accessible.
Yeah.
To the public. That's kind of our first,
Yeah, there's a
goal.
lot of conservation restrictions that are held that are surrounded by private land that you can't necessarily access. So I'm definitely not advocating anyone in the public to trespass on private property, to go to any public lands.
James says he'll cover for you in
Do
court.
not do it.
I was assuming it was just gonna be plant a stake and say like.
No, it's, yeah, I know, it's.
If somebody could walk around and say, this is where all the potential vernal pools are, stick something in the ground that has a little sign that says, this could be a potential vernal pool. Hey, enjoy the view of, you know, the land. This is nothing about it's officially demarcated or anything like
And
that.
as you've seen, even folks that do this for a living, it's subjective a lot of times. So you could get 2 or 3 people out there and they could come to completely different conclusions on what they count as the actual edge of the resource area. So it's not a.
I don't think it's a bad idea in theory, and especially when we're kind of taking stock of some of the lands that we want to make more accessible to the public. That where they can walk and say like, hey, check this out, this is what this is, so they can learn about it, but like. We definitely can't survey all of the lands and find all the things.
I know I spent many, many hours trying to do that myself.
Yeah.
Just in terms of surveying it.
Oh, did you get the Boy Scouts and Girl
I
Scouts?
know. In fact, we're gonna go tomorrow
Yeah.
at 4 o'clock, right? When I'm gonna show you guys one of the areas. So,
They're in our cleanup projects.
but thank you for your interest. Thank
Rob,
you.
you had one more, right?
That last one I actually discussed with Hannah, this morning. I think I'm all cleared up with that, but continuing with the marcation, with the, irrespective of any projects going on, the vernal pool that has not yet been posted on the NAGSP maps. That area, and I don't know if it's your jurisdiction or not, but it was in the DEP regulations. It essentially says that if there's any issue regarding the boundary of a vernal pool, like where it ends, that the commission can bring in an engineering consultant to look at where those edges are, because as
That's peer review.
That's what our peer review
Yeah.
does. Exactly. Yep.
because
That's why it's so important to have a peer
Yeah.
review.
and because the Blackstone Street itself, not the project, the street, actually floods for greater than 2 months of the year. It connects directly to that vernal pool, and there's a section of it that isn't flowing, it's just standing water. And so I'm wondering if that would be considered in outer border of that vernal pool on the paper road. And it then floods into the wetlands that are across the street. And if that's getting into something we can't talk about,
That's getting
Yeah.
okay,
close.
that's fine.
Projects.
Yeah, that's fine.
It'd be interesting to see as this project goes forward, how we've never had the case that I know of in 15 years, or whatever, that we've had a vernal pool right next to a road. I mean, like touching.
It literally.
And
I've never seen that happen, so I'd be interested how regulations and so forth may impact this whole thing with vernal
and
pools.
there were some,
What, that happened on Mill Street?
That
That happened on Mill Street.
Mill Street.
It was a very similar situation with old gravel road, used for mining. And then the gravel got kind of like displaced over time from bikers and stuff and ATVs.
I don't remember
And
Mill
all the
Street.
little depressions filled with water and they all had wood frogs in them.
Okay, you remember that better than I do, right?
and some people have discussed like
Nothing.
why the vernal pool came into existence. Not that it's,
I think we're kind of
Yeah.
going into
yeah.
the project discussion,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
getting a
Okay.
little project specific.
Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Rob, appreciate your.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for sticking out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate your input.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's saying that from home. Listen to that. Appreciation.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
You coming?
Okay, so we're
Thank you.
Blackstone Street,
The fun stuff.
Dominique.
Yeah.
All right. Enforcement order, you guys see the enforcement?
Would
order,
it be
ladies?
okay if I head out?
Yeah, we got a quorum. Go ahead, Orion. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good night,
Bye, Ariane,
everyone.
you too.
Thanks.
Have a good commute home. Oh, sorry, never mind. Just kidding. All right, okay, so, Dominique, what do you got to say about Dominique? Anything? I read it, I tried to
I
remember.
and for a motion to issue enforcement.
Second.
As per the right one in writing that we can review.
Correct, the one that we're about to sign.
Okay. We have motion and a second. Any other comments, discussion about Monique? Okay, all in favor, we can just vote, voice because there's nobody online,
Yeah.
so all in favor?
Aye.
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 What is Monique?
Bill Monique Drive.
This is the one where it's, the beautiful, of the property.
It's,
The shed that was
Yeah.
resized.
Shed, all the other stuff that person built.
So what are we voting for?
Chicken coops and stuff like that.
Issue the
Enforcement. order.
enforcement order. So the
Okay.
enforcement order requires as,
They move stuff out and clean it up and.
Yeah.
If they get approval down the road for chicken coop.
and submit an NOI for the shed.
To keep.
Yes.
Is that-
keep the
And
shed
or the
out.
chicken coop moving closer if there's.
Yep, and propose a chicken coop outside of the 25 foot and like include that and the fencing and everything in their NOI.
Just
But
like
just requiring, just immediately requiring that they start trying to locate that outside and then like take out the wood chip pile and stuff that's in the wetlands currently.
Yeah, everything that Hannah said is my motion.
You're right.
Right, and we have a second.
We all voted.
We all
voted.
Unanimous, yeah.
Well, I hadn't heard Steve say anything, so I was trying to get that. I think I heard you say yes. Okay, officers.
What about Ruth?
My buddy.
Do we want to go into Farm Street, Granite Street
Do
first?
it, go ahead.
Yeah,
Do
what's
whatever
that?
you want to do.
Hannah, Hannah pushed this.
I liked Hannah's, or, oh,
Um,
I'm taking all the horse poop out.
I may have
and-
to, I may have to send you I don't think I printed out that EO, so I might have to send that to you. to
Don't
sign.
loop, don't loop, don't loop.
Dot loop. But as far as they, did you guys get a chance to look at the amended EO?
Yeah.
Okay, did you get a chance to look at the restoration plans that they submitted?
Well, I looked
The
at
only
it.
change is they're
Right.
not keeping anything.
Right, yeah,
Is that-
so I just wanted to make sure that the restoration plan they submitted, you guys were good with that?
Well, you did ask the question, how much pasture land and so forth we want to restore. It's like,
Well,
back to the
100 foot,
2018 or
100 foot,
whatever.
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, okay, as opposed to turning it into a parking lot or whatever.
Just because right now there's gravel, and I was under the impression when we originally sent out the enforcement order that they would be submitting an NOI to keep some of that. But when they submitted a restoration plan instead, we decided, okay, so you're just looking to restore the area that you impacted without without a permit. So we're just bringing it back to the condition that it was in prior to
About 2018.
those, yes, about 2018, and I actually had the chance to have legal look over it before it was sent, and they said, good, so.
And what was the condition, say,
Pasture land.
2018?
Mostly
it was
pasture, and there
pasture.
are some areas that require a little bit of replanting. Couple areas along that 25 foot that need a little bit of replanting, and that's proposed in this, restoration plan.
Do we have to require any cows be present for pasteurization?
No, but are they gonna have to bring in any loom or dirt or?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
so, as part of, on the
Yeah, 'cause I see a loom.
restoration plan, we have remove any areas of gravel from within the 100 foot buffer zone prior to loaming and seeding. And they have some of those materials on site, which are currently mounted in the buffer zone, but they can be spread back out, so they're gonna,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, that's good. Okay.
so.
We got the
They're
dirt on
gonna
him, he's got the dirt.
recreate all those areas that were hogged out, they're gonna loam and seed everything. The only thing that was kind of up for question was, as far as pasture versus like hydro seeding. I don't know if you guys have a specification that you want for pasture, they said some sort of
Well, it's a meadow.
conservation mix.
They called it a conservation mix?
as far as seating goes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so some sort of conservation mix to be approved by us
Like-
prior to its spread, basically.
Usually like annual rise of wildflower.
Yeah, that's what I've heard it described
Kinds of
as.
mixes.
It's a beautiful,
Yeah.
it has to.
That's what I did in my front yard, actually.
Mix that's available. from the
Right.
bus.
I had them spray that down. So it's a little combination of a bunch of, I still mow it, but it looks
So-
more natural.
That's clear enough for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I liked it, I just wanted to make sure, and I've been talking back and
Is that
forth
what we have
with
to do
their
inside?
consultant about it and giving some commentary to go with the enforcement order. So we have to have you guys because I issued the amended enforcement order, so you guys need to vote to either ratify it or vote to amend it or vote to not issue the enforcement order, not ratify.
To ratify your amendment.
Yes, because
Okay.
I amended the enforcement order, which previously just requested that they submit an NOI, and now it's requesting that they do all the restoration that's on the plan.
I move to ratify Hannah's amendment submitted. Yes.
No.
Enforcement, order, sorry, enforcement. order.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion, seconded by James, any discussion? No, okay, James.
Aye.
Everybody else?
Can we just-
Oh, yeah, it's all aye.
Thank you. Just testing, see if you good.
Aye, aye,
Okay,
aye.
good, thank you, and all very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I
Do
will,
we need to sign anything?
I'll send that out
Yeah.
dot loop tomorrow, and then, that should be, actually, does it even need, never mind, it actually, that's why I didn't print it. Because I already sent it, you guys just have to ratify it, it doesn't need to be written, because we already did a written one. So you don't have to sign it, so we're good. You just had to vote to ratify it and then vote to,
In the public.
vote to approve the restoration plan or approve it with certain conditions or deny the restoration
We
plan.
didn't
So
have
that's
any
up to you
conditions.
guys.
Not Thursday without Dot Loop, come on, you can do this. Who's telling 45
Oh,
potential
so you
violations?
guys you have to vote whether to approve the restoration plan.
Oh, separately.
Yeah,
Oh,
separately,
move to
so
approve the
ratification
restoration.
is the same as vote.
Oh, I don't know if I want to do that.
We had a motion and a second already.
Who was first? Who was second?
Me.
Okay. Any other discussion? No, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Great.
Great, thank you. And it's 45 root felon potential violation, not potential.
Yeah, not a potential violation.
So this is something where Neil pointed it out too, like driving by. If you got a chance to look at the photos I sent, the things I've been trying to follow up with his engineer on are at least getting those stakes in and getting some of the gravel top that extended past that fence area out of
Wait a
there.
minute, you're trying 445 Hartford,
Oh,
not 45.
Oh,
Hartford,
we're talking
sorry.
45 Ruth Allen.
That's the fours got me. I'm so
Got
sorry.
it, that's fine. I'm just making sure that we're,
I was like, Neil drove by my neighborhood.
I don't want to vote on the wrong thing if we have to vote on something.
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. You can do them out of order, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, okay, do we want to,
Do,
So I
continue on with Hartford Ave. So
yeah,
you-
so the Hartford Ave one is just, I don't know if there's any additional enforcement
Well,
you want to take. I'm trying to just follow up with them right now to get.
My
signage
issue
in
was,
there.
I think they're taking advantage of us again. Plain dumb,
They're
because A, there's a picture with the car parked well within 25 feet. The second thing is that the green thing just beyond the car that was pictured, a dumpster, another dumpster? Because it didn't look like the shed. But that was right on the top edge of the thing. And it's like, if that's a dumpster and they put it back there that close to the edge, they gotta get it out of there. If it's not a dumpster, maybe it is the shed, because on the plans, it shows a shed close there. We decided they could keep the shed there because it had been there. But when Hannah showed the pictures where they moved the gravel, which on the plans, they don't show the gravel per se, they show green and pink and yellow, whatever. But it cuts off abruptly by the edge of the building, whatever those colored areas were supposed to represent, because the plan again didn't say what the three different colors were. They clearly moved gravel way up around by the picnic area, would say, can't spell the word
Retaining
picnic.
wall new too?
So the retaining wall is. I thought when I originally spoke to someone on site, I was like, the retaining wall, that's not something that was in there, but I guess. Bruce did mention while they were out on site that the plan was, when asked. What's the plan for this? And he's like, oh, I'll put it on a plan. And there's a concrete retaining wall stated on the plans. There's no this other description, it only goes so far as the orange like hatched area, so it definitely goes further than that, but it is along the edge of the existing parking lot where it extends past where it's shown on the plan.
I mean, the original
So-
discussion, because I was walking around with them while most of the rest of the commission members were off behind the site,
Well, not discussion, but
not discussion.
question.
The questions that I asked was, where are you guys gonna park? What's gonna start, happen to this area where the fence stops and it sort of slopes down and it's gonna basically just stuff wash down there, because it wasn't really graded properly, it's still a few stones. And they're like, oh, we're just gonna put a little bit of stone filling. I say, you're gonna park a bunch of cars along here? Oh, no, there'll be a few cars up there, but that, and they're pointing up and away in front of the fence. And they did not ever mention a retaining wall. They were putting that in, which necessarily isn't necessarily a bad thing because it does hold the stones back, but they didn't ask for this stuff. They just put it in. That ticks me off because they could have asked for it at the time, and I probably would have said, what do you guys, we can't discuss it here because
Did we really do this as a determination?
Yes.
What were we thinking?
I don't, this was gonna be rat control after the fact. I mean, keep in mind, they violated probably more knowingly than they claimed to.
This was
That-
already kind of an enforcement issue.
Yeah,
It started as enforcement and then it became a determination.
Can you go to the picture of the blue car?
so the thing
I
beyond,
would seem to think, where we walked it, it stopped about here.
oh, you think they filled that much more?
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't remember
because
that.
walking past
That
this,
looks like a dumpster and that looks like a dumpster and
There's a,
the shed's beyond it.
when we walked past that cooler,
there's a second fridge behind the dumpster.
That-
There's no
Yeah, I know.
specifications on the plan, it's only.
Oh, you mean
a
another
few-
one?
There's a stuff in there, so I
Right.
don't know if they would have done that.
Right.
It's a lot of fill for them to bring in here too.
Yeah, but
Truck.
clearly that this area that they were parking the car in is well within 25 feet of the edge of the resource area. They shouldn't have any activity within that area.
They've
They should,
also put a second dumpster in there.
yeah, and that's why I said the second dumpster, A, that's gotta get out of there. B, underneath the oil, or their grease oil thing. I don't know if they put a lip or something to keep us flowing. If not, then I'm gonna make sure they're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But where the fence stops or whatever,
It's where the gravel stops.
and the gravel's all in here and all over here now, great, they should put some sort of fence or barrier that keeps people from driving around the back there. Because that's not a permissible area to have any kind of activity.
That's what those hash marks are.
Well, it's fully parking back there.
Yeah, and so
That's
that,
part
they're in
of the
violation, I mean, that's.
is this the original drawing, Hannah?
No,
This is the final approved plans per the determination.
Well,
This is what
approved,
was approved.
approved plans, meaning they showed a concrete block retaining wall before?
Yes. This is what was on the plans that were approved.
I don't remember seeing the block wall. Okay, well, the block wall, again, I don't have a huge problem with it because it's doing a good job to hold stuff back. What I have an issue of is any kind of activity happening around back behind there within 25
They
feet.
were also just really messy. They're inch.
Which is why I am trying to talk to Bruce to make sure that those no disturb signs go in at the limited erosion control to ensure that if there is any subsequent movement of that, it is, you can tell after the erosion controls are taken out because those permanent demarcations
And
are.
you shouldn't be putting in, given that length of area, and I don't know how many feet it is along that area, the Toa slope, bottom, they're not talking about 2 or 3 posts, and they're making fun of a ton of them, like every 5 feet or 10 feet. Well, as far as I'm concerned, because A, we want to make sure that stuff isn't shifting, it's not just people aren't throwing tires down there or rats, dead rats or whatever, but, well, because that's the whole thing was rat control. That's
Did
what.
they-
that's
Right,
why
that
did all
was the,
Did they push back to you and say, no, this is how it was proposed, or were they willing to
Sure.
move stuff back?
Well, I have not gotten much feedback on it, other than that the concrete. They were very worried when I said, what's with the concrete retaining wall? I don't really remember that. I didn't speak to the applicant himself. I spoke to somebody else that worked there.
Yeah.
Since I was out there
I
taking
mean, if that's in the
photos.
plan, it's a moot point for me, because we
Right.
approved it. so
If we
that's-
approved it,
Yeah.
good, I just don't remember retaining wall.
No, I don't think that was our biggest concern either, but if they're willing to just have a guy with a shovel or even a digger come from the gravel and pull it back. I don't know
Well,
if we
that's
have an
why I
issue
just
with
want to make
enforcement.
sure those stay on there so that if it does encroach into the wetland.
Yeah.
As per the determination, that's something enforceable versus not enforceable.
The other thing that you mentioned to me was that over as it goes towards picnic area, they extend the gravel well beyond what we thought they were gonna do.
Right, well,
That
said,
would
But
make
not
them
down
pull
the
that out.
slope, it's just the top.
Right, that's the
Yes,
top area,
yep.
but they should pull that back out there. They didn't ask us to do this, they just decided to throw more stone out there. But it's within
A lot.
distance of a resource.
And I mean, the owner was seemed like a really reasonable
I think,
understanding.
I think they're just pretending that they didn't understand stuff and then just doing what they want to, and then they start off the whole thing by violating, by doing stuff that they shouldn't have, clearing the slope and coming it all because, oh, we're doing rat control, we're almost done, can't we finish? We'll just do this little bit more here. Well, now, compared to what that little bit more is, this is a lot more, because they didn't have all that stuff off to the side before in the retaining wall, that's fine, that's a moot point if it's on the plan, but you didn't ask to do over by the picnic area. Which they again can't spell picnic, right? That's okay. You don't have to spell it as long as you can provide the food and it doesn't have rats in it. Okay, anything else on this particular one, Anna?
So I'll keep following up with them and,
Okay.
keep working on that, but
Yeah,
that's
give them
just.
we have another hearing in a month, give them 30 days. If they don't make any action, then
Yeah.
we can issue enforcement.
Yeah, definitely.
Um,
Okay.
Now on to the thing that you actually brought up.
Yeah.
45 Route Ellen.
I couldn't access those pictures, did you pull them up?
Yes. Yep.
Are the pictures on the portal?
No,
This
she's
is
not.
where she dropped it.
yeah, they had to be earlier.
I saved them in an email format, just 'cause, to be honest, I was trying to get a lot of stuff in there,
No.
so that one kind of didn't get into
There's a lot of info in there you want to.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot of info. James
So-
lived.
I
Dug a little bit.
did a visit out to this, does this not have photos?
I didn't see any photos on
Oh,
anything.
no,
from
I
the
I thought there were
drive.
pictures in the original email.
Was it?
I guess I just have to, one sec, let me
Well,
get
sometimes
that.
you just have to, like, find the original.
Can't find the email.
I know, it's.
So did you see all the stuff that Joe
No.
Bellino responded? Yeah,
I couldn't
basically,
access it at all.
basically either my opinion, basically, what I saw from James going back and forth with him, and thank you for taking that on, James. Was that he has either been poorly advising his client, or the client has done stuff, which if he was in a hearing, I'd basically ask him, did you advise your client to do what had been done, or did they do it on their own? And he says, if they did it on their own, then say you should have advised them not to do anything without your control, and then we go after the property owner. If Joe Bellino said, go ahead, just throw straw down instead of the jute matting that was required. And go ahead and expand the gazebo up on top there and leave it, don't remove it or pull it back 8 feet like we required. Or, what was the other thing? The tree plantings, go ahead and put in whatever you want to, Japanese maple or whatever, instead of what you proposed to put in, which was something else. And, do this, that, and the other thing. There were a couple other things. If he's doing all these things and Joe is basically seems to be backing him up and saying, well, we didn't think we needed to do this. And as I told you, the jute bag is so expensive. Well, that's not our problem. And number two, you should have come back to us and said it's a hardship. Joe Bellino should know this. And then he throws back, when I really ticked off, but he threw back. And back in the day when I used to deal with Cliff and Ann, this was much more reasonable. We should go back to those days. I'm like, well, number one is as a professional, you should know how to deal with commissions, and which is like, if they give you an order of conditions, you need to follow it or come back to us and talk to us. You should know that as a professional. You shouldn't be telling your client, go ahead and do whatever they want.
He worked at the department for 37 years. He should know that you don't defy an order.
Yeah. So I got,
Plain and simple.
I'm sorry for the property owner, but I'm not sorry at all for Joe Bellino getting him back in here.
Or forward it to Rob, because I am using his computer, because I need a new computer, because it has once again died halfway through hearing.
Yeah.
What's Rob's email?
Rob's email is
Rob at Bellingham.
not quite. It is, it is RLUSSI. Huh?
Yes, I do have it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I didn't realize we
So,
didn't save those.
are we done? No, we need to decide if we're going to issue an enforcement order, I think. For Ruth Allen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty plain and simple.
There's multiple things that
I'll
he didn't
paraphrase.
do as per the order of conditions.
Paraphrase, he violated special condition 5, 7, 13, 19, and potentially a few of the earlier ones, because I'm not sure how notification went to him.
On top of which he stated that he thought, and Steve, tell me if you agree, that we gave them the okay to leave the pavilion there.
No, I presented it as an idea and it got rejected.
No, so I listened to it 5 or 6 times. Wrote notes like literally. Field observations, Joe's response. Steve wants to leave trellis, Ari agrees, no vote. Mike asked, like I took very detailed notes. Not once did we vote to remove our previous vote that allowed him to either move it the 8 feet or remove it completely. And then Mr. Bellino said very clearly multiple times, the trellis is a moot point. He's going or wants to remove it. So the only issue we have to talk about is the bank. And then we went on to talk about the bank. So.
And the only thing I said they could leave was the sonotube, because no one wanted to dig up the sonotubes from the old, the trellis.
Yeah.
When in fact, who observed it? Was it you? That they actually did something to expand or make it more permanent, like?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, so.
they didn't expand it,
Not
but they
expand
did continue building
Oh,
it.
yeah, it's like a deck now. you
It's
said.
now, it's because the neighbor had called me again and been like, there's a deck there now, and I was a little bit confused by what that meant. And then I went out to the site and it was understood that the trellis area was now covered on the floor and there's a hammock, so it's kind of a deck structure. And then the 3 grape plantings had been put in, so it was.
When we were out there,
trellis
the
structure.
trellis
So
was not safe to walk on.
The
Believe me.
photos didn't come with the attachment.
Yeah.
so-
It wasn't complete.
Right.
There was no.
Get the old.
Sorry.
Let's go.
And I think part of the problem was in the original email, I also just sent them within the email rather than like as an attachment. So I'm not sure if that's why it's not showing. But
Alright, so what do we have for in the way of an actual enforcement order? Nothing yet? We just want to vote to
I
do
have
it?
not,
Okay, so
worked on writing that.
is the commission clear enough that there have been multiple violations from what James has just said, or do we need to go into this more? If not, then I think we need to vote to issue an order, enforcement order for this and let Hannah draft it and we can then sign off on it. After the fact.
I also believe there's matter of principle. He has fought this from the beginning.
Right, well, enforcement order will probably result in them coming back in at some point in time.
Well, it's at the detriment, of this homeowner.
Right.
Who I think, and I said it very clearly in my email, I think we all sympathize and can sympathize with financial hardship. We did very recently. It's not a good argument here, one, because it's stuff that you're saying is too expensive is not as expensive as you're saying it is in town.
Right.
And then also making your client or advising him to do something alternative to what was approved
Violation, yeah.
is now making him do things twice, which is now twice as expensive or more. So.
Let the lead don't pay for it.
We'll see. Okay, so I am looking for motion to, want somebody make it?
Issue an enforcement order related to.
No,
I'm
you
not-
do a cease and desist on the open order. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, that's
well,
right.
it's not an open order. The order got turned into an NOI, so it's not technically an enforcement order anymore.
No, I'm saying we issue a cease and desist on the order of condition.
Oh, on the order.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not enforcement order. The open
Okay,
order.
so why don't you make the motion there, James?
I would move to issue a cease and desist notice of violation to the Mr. Mr. Braga
Yeah.
At 45 Ruth Allen on his open order conditions.
And we have a second, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, last item. Please. Oh, yeah, we just get the
Yes.
minutes. So 175
Well,
North Street.
I didn't even put the minutes in there.
Yeah,
'cause I
that's
did not
fine.
even
It's
get
fine.
to
I was
that.
like, you've
I
been
was like,
busy,
what else
busy,
do I
busy,
have?
and
I don't think I
one
could
behind
read
is
right
mine.
Yeah, the only other thing is the 175 North Street. I wrote something up that could just be a notice of violation. I also wrote something up that could be an enforcement order. I don't know if that's something that either way you would like to pursue, or if this is an issue you'd just rather push off until later, because it doesn't seem as though additional work is being done right now. But the enforcement order,
I think it'd be pertinent for us to issue a cease and desist regardless of the work is gonna happen.
Yeah, I
okay,
think from
did you see the one that I just put it in there today, so.
I saw that one.
Yeah, I think the sooner we do that, the better, just so that something, because later they're probably gonna say, geez, it's been 6 months and now you're telling me I'm back? Come on, why didn't you say something earlier? You guys looked at the site, I saw you.
Yeah.
So now we're responding relatively quickly, and he can choose to ignore it or not respond or whatever.
So I think, and
We should
the-
look at those. and-
something in there was, I had said, it was, sorry, I'm opening it right now. But just by a date, because last time we discussed saying, hey, you need to go out to stake this so we can even see what the violation is. I don't know if that's something we want to put in the notice of
Give a
violation,
deadline?
or if you want to put that like in a separate thing, or.
Staking or the deadline?
Yeah, staking and or a deadline for the staking.
Yeah,
I think it's. That maybe that's, well, cease and desist is, that's gonna be via email or.
I was gonna email them and send them a letter.
So,
The
yeah.
request that I have in there is make sure it's staked out by June 25th.
Yeah.
So give them, a
Yeah.
good chunk of time
Yeah.
to get that
If
figured out.
if it wasn't in the letter already, then just put it in the body of the,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah,
That
that
was-
makes sense, yeah,
okay.
the deadline, yeah, I think that's a good idea, and staking is fine.
And if, I mean, if he says he can't get that done in that time, I mean, that's. As long as he has the cease and desist, so I guess he can't do any action, but.
Right.
Right.
Okay, good, thank you for that. Anything else, Henry?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, second, thank you, Rich, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Rich, all right, everybody. Thank you for your due diligence, it's almost tomorrow.